Now, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Saliratawipak, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy, Thailand. His Excellency Mr. Sinava Supanumbong, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lao PDR, and Vice Chair of the Second Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. Ms. Armida Celcia Alice Jabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And Mr. Hongpang Liu, Director, Energy Division of ESCAP, as the Secretary of the Forum. Before we begin, the Secretariat would like to present a short video on progress on sustainable energy and SDG 7 in the Asia-Pacific region.
As dawn breaks over the vast landscapes of the Asia-Pacific region, it shines upon both our accomplishments and the challenges we face together. In this place, where traditions spanning millennia converge with the very forefront of innovation, we gather for the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. Our mission is to collaborate, bolstering energy security and championing sustainable energy. Memories from our past two Asian and Pacific Energy Forums echo, reminding us of our pledge for a harmonious energy transition, nurturing societies that resonate with resilience and sustainability. Our journey, like this river, has twists and turns. At our midpoint of efforts towards the Sustainable Development Goals, we embrace the progress made and brace for the currents ahead. For every city that gleams under a starlit night, there's a village yearning for a flicker of light. But this disparity extends beyond mere luminescence, casting shadows of health dilemmas and environmental quandaries. And as we progress, it's our duty to remember those affected by the tides of change. A just energy transition is not just a term, it's a commitment, a pledge to safeguard the needs of our workers and communities, ensuring that as we evolve, no one is left in the darkness. Yet, in these challenges lie our greatest opportunities. Opportunities that beckon the collective spirit of public guardians and private pioneers. A symphony of innovation, finance, and will. The heartbeats of our green technologies are critical raw materials, a treasure concealed in our soils. The Asia-Pacific region, with its bounty, must stride together to unearth, preserve, and share. In the dance of tradition and tomorrow, let Asia and the Pacific be a beacon of sustainable energy, security, and unyielding progress. For in our hands, we hold the legacy of generations yet unborn. Let this third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum not be just a gathering, but a testament to our collective will. As we look to the future, let our ministerial declaration resonate as an enduring promise of a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for the Asia-Pacific region.
May I now please invite to the podium His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Saliratawipak, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy, Thailand, to deliver your welcoming remarks. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, Minister, and Ambassador from Member States and Associate Members, Madame Amida Saucia Alicia Bana, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Honorable Delegate Distinguished Guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Bangkok. On behalf of the loyal Thai government and the Ministry of Energy of Thailand, I express our gratitude to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or UNESCAP, for hosting the third Asia and Pacific Energy Forum in Bangkok today. It is an honor to co-host this valuable event and address this distinguished gathering today. The world energy transition is underway. The challenge of enhancing energy security and achieving sustainable development goals have raised concern for all UNESCAP member states. We must explore the clean, reliable, and affordable energy supply for the benefit of the next era. Let us assess the progress since the last forum and discuss further on how we can move forward our regional cooperation for a well transition of sustainable energy. In order to fulfill that demand, the emerging low-carbon technologies for supporting clean energy, including modern infrastructure, smart grid, and battery storage, are necessary to bring a potential solution to improve the long-term security and sustainability of clean energy supply and purchasing. This calls for enhancing regional cooperation, developing resilient infrastructures, and fostering energy self-sufficiency. In addition, the heart of the challenge is affordability. Energy must be both accessible and affordable to marginalized and underserved communities. To effectively navigate this problem, ensuring the affordability of sustainable energy. Sourced by multifaceted policy approach is essential. This approach should encompass the diversification of energy sources, grid upgrade, energy efficiency, and conservation measures. Thailand is resolute in our commitment to contribute to the realization of SDG 7 with a shared vision of building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected future of energy for Asia and the Pacific. This goal remains crucial to our national and regional aspiration to achieve our sustainable energy future, in which it calls for the seal on access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Thailand recognizes the need to align our energy sector with global efforts for a just energy transition. The UN 2030 Agenda, Paris Agreement, and Conference of the Parties, or COP, offer pathways to combine social well-being, affordable energy, and CO2 emission reduction. We endorse regional collaboration among all UNESCAP partners to achieve low carbon energy and SDG goals together, and remain committed to overcoming energy sector challenge by implementing effective strategies to sustain our energy and environment. Under Thailand National Energy Plan, we commit to a 40% reduction in emission by 2030 under our nationally determined contribution or NDC, moving toward carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero emission by 2065. Our Power Development Plan, or PDP, target to increase the proportion of clean and new renewable energy in new power generation to at least 50% by 2040. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us collaborate, innovate, and share the responsibility among all stakeholders to forge a cleaner and more sustainable future that spans across our region and brings prosperity to all in alignment with our shared vision of sustainable development goals. I am confident that the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum will pave the way for enhanced energy cooperation in our region and beyond. I wish the third Asia and Pacific Energy Forum every success. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I now please invite Ms. Armida Celcia Elise Jabana, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and ESCAP Executive Secretary, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellency Mr. Pirapan Saliratavipak, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy of Thailand, Excellency Mr. Sinava Suphanaphong, Vice Minister of Energy and Mines of Lao PDR and Vice Chair of the Second Asia-Pacific Energy Forum, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to open the Third Asian-Pacific Energy Forum. I wish to acknowledge the Ministry of Energy of the Royal Thai Government as the co-hosts of the forum and thank them for their continuous effort to support the organization of this event. As you may know, the forum is the only intergovernmental meeting organized by the United Nations focusing on energy issues in the Asia-Pacific region. I am delighted to see such broad representation of participants, including many ministers from 42 countries across the region. Asia and the Pacific is at a critical juncture of the energy transition. The region is home to more than half of the world's population, consumes more than 40% of global energy, produces more than 50% of global greenhouse gas emission, and is undergoing rapid development. It is experiencing rapid growth in energy demand, which will continue in the coming years. This creates financial challenges, applies pressure on natural resources, strains the environment, and makes it difficult for the region to meet its climate change commitments. The theme of this forum weaves together our common aspirations for our energy future. That is an energy system of the future that is clean, low in carbon, secure and available as well as affordable to all. Although the countries represented here have very different circumstances, energy endowments, and levels of development, we are all taking the same journey together. Success in the energy transition is the key to delivering the SDGs and avoiding a climate catastrophe. Excellencies, the last few years of the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical disruptions have been turbulent times. These crises have tested us all, resulting in economic shocks, energy supply price rises, and supply chain disruptions, all of which have threatened progress on the energy transition and, more broadly, sustainable development. These events remind us of the need for energy resilience and security to be considered alongside sustainability. As we have emphasized in our analytical and normative work, aligning recovery strategies with the SDGs is critical. For the energy sector, pursuing better energy efficiency, universal access to modern energy, and increasing the share of renewable energy are strategies that can improve our collective ability to weather these shocks and recover better. Countries across the region have worked consistently to deliver on their commitments under SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. According to ESCAP 2023 SDG Progress Report, Goal 7 is the best performing SDG for our region. However, this was largely driven by achievements in access to electricity and international support for clean and renewable energy. There has been little progress in the share of renewable energy consumption. As we are now beyond the halfway point of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, more progress is needed across the clean energy scoreboard. We need to close the final gaps in electricity access, accelerate the deployment of clean cooking and renewable energy, become much more efficient in our energy use, and significantly increase the share of renewables into the energy mix. When this forum was last convened in 2018, the ESCAP Energy Program had just been constituted. Since then, we have worked diligently to expand our work in sustainable energy and provide a greater range of support to member states. We have progressed in work on achieving Goal 7 and enhancing regional power grid connectivity. This work will be discussed in greater depth during today's session. To move this agenda forward, we have worked consistently with member states, and our support in the development of SDG 7 roadmaps has been welcomed by countries. 16 countries have either developed or are in the process of developing or completing their SDG 7 roadmaps, while 9 provinces or cities have partnered with ESCAP to develop sustainable energy transition roadmaps at the sub-national level. This engagement is leading to follow-up support to countries to implement the roadmap recommendations. For example, we have worked with countries on analytical and policy development for national cooling action plans, a key means of reducing energy consumption in our region. Our work on regional power connectivity, recognized as a key tool for enabling the energy transition, is guided by the regional roadmap on power system connectivity. The roadmap was developed together with our member states and provides a vision, a set of principles, and a set of strategies for how countries can work together to develop secure, sustainable, and affordable power system. For example, one of the roadmap strategies highlights the importance of multilateral power trading, which can unlock the flexibility needed to enable the integration of high shares of renewable energy. Since the last forum, we have seen the development of some multilateral power trades, in particular in Southeast Asia and South Asia. However, we still do not have regional power pools or other regional markets like the ones that exist in other parts of the world. And while there is growing interest in ensuring that power traded across borders is low carbon, we still lack mechanism for incentivizing and verifying the cross-border trade of renewable energy resources. We are working with member states to address these and other issues through knowledge exchanges, capacity building, as well as our analytical work. This week, we are releasing the first draft of the Green Power Corridor Framework, which seeks to provide a set of building blocks, guiding principles, and metrics for aligning connectivity efforts with sustainable development. We must also recognize that the energy transition has implications for our region that extend beyond the energy sector itself. As we phase down the use of fossil fuels and accelerate the deployment of clean energy technologies, such as wind, solar, PV, and batteries, our energy systems will shift away from fuel dependence to minerals dependence. Our region is both the major supplier and consumer of raw materials that are the key inputs into clean energy technologies. We are working with our member states to ensure the just and sustainable extraction and processing of the materials, and this year, we have been privileged to represent the other regional commissions as co-lead, or one of the co-lead, together with UNDP and UNEP of the Secretary General's Working Group on Transforming the Extractive Industries for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, the past few years have taught us that energy is a sector in which many negative impacts stemming from the current global crisis are experienced. Sustainable energy, however, holds many solutions. Everything from renewable energy to energy efficiency and cross-border power system connectivity can lead to lower costs and carbon, diversified portfolios, and enhanced security. I look forward to a productive forum, to hearing your views and your country statements, and to the adoption of the ministerial declaration, which will guide the partnership between ESCAP and its members in this very important work. I'm grateful to all of you for your commitment, for your support to sustainable energy, as well as regional cooperation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Executive Secretary. It is my honor to now turn the proceedings over to the Chair, His Excellency Mr. Sinava Supanumbong, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lao PDR, and Vice Chair of the Second Asian and Pacific Energy Forum.
Thank you. A very good morning, everyone. I'm delighted and thank you, ESCAP, to give me the opportunity to be here with you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to conduct the election of the Bureau of the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. In line with the rules of procedure of ESCAP, the forum will elect the chair and 2 vice chairs. However, if the plenary decided, the rule may be applied differently today for the third forum to elect the chair and 4 vice chairs of the forum. As delegates are aware, Thailand is graciously hosting the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. Therefore, I have the great honor to propose His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Sari Ratavipak, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy of Thailand, as Chair of the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. If there is no objection, it is so decided. It is my great pleasure then declare His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Sari Ratavipak, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy of Thailand, duly elected as the Chair of the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. For the position of vice chairs of the forum, I have the pleasure for proposing the following officials. Here, please forgive me the inaccurate pronunciation of your names. First, His Excellency Shakti Baradur Basnet, Minister of Energy, Water and Resources and Irrigation, Nepal. The second, Honorable Indika Anuruha Hirat, State Minister of Power and Energy, Sri Lanka. The third, His Excellency Mia Masuren Bariamatnai, Vice Minister, Ministry of Energy, Mongolia. The fourth, His Excellency Makuchert Sarazoda, Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources of Tajikistan. I'm sure that the distinguished delegates whom I have proposed will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of this session. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Please join me in congratulations to newly elected chair and vice chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Sarirativipak, the chair of the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, to conduct the meeting from this point forward.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. We will now move to agenda item 1C, /adoption of the agenda / the provisional agenda for the Third Asia and Pacific Energy Forum is contained in document ESCAP /APEF3/1/1. Does any delegation have any comment on the agenda? I see none. May I propose to the conference that the provisional agenda as contained in document ESCAP /APEF3/1/1 be adopted. The agenda is adopted. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you for your cooperation in adopting the agenda of the Third Asia and Pacific Energy Forum. Before we move to agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretariat to make some announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now take a brief recess for a group photo. First, may I please invite the Chair and Executive Secretary of ESCAP to step around to the front on stage for a photo.
Yes. Thank you. That's
Thank you. May I now invite our vice chairs, distinguished ministers, and heads of delegation to the rostrum for a group photo. The session will resume in 15 minutes at 10:30. Session will now resume. Kindly take your seats.
I think we'll continue, right? Yeah. Just ask them.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the session will resume in just a few moments. We kindly ask that you return to your seats.
Where's where's the seat of the top? Okay, the minister.
There's Michael right there.
Can you Kim? Can you just invite them come?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the session will resume shortly. Kindly return to your seats. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are ready to begin. Kindly have a seat so we may begin the next session.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, His Excellency Mr. Pirapan Salirat Vivag, the chair of the forum, has some urgent matters to take care of and requested that I chair the rest of the meeting. I thank him for chairing the forum. Let us now resume with the proceedings of the forum. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on policy perspectives on building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific. The documents pertaining to this agenda item are ESCAP/APEF3/2 on closing the gap in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 7 in the Asia-Pacific region, ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. SCAP/APEF3/3 on enhancing cross-border power system connectivity to enable increased, sustainable and modern energy for all. SCAP APEF3/3 on enhancing cross-border power system connectivity to enable increased energy security and net zero emissions, and SCAP APEF3/4 on financing clean energy transition in Asia and the Pacific. The forum's consideration of this agenda item will begin with two ministerial panels, and after the panel discussions, we will open the floor for general statements. First, to set the scene, we will hear from experts and leaders of global energy organizations through pre-recorded video messages. May I ask the conference room officer to play the videos?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to address you here today at the third ASEAN and Pacific Energy Forum. The escalating climate crisis demands immediate and concerted action. Achieving net zero emission by 2050 or even earlier has become a global imperative. This transition requires a complete transformation of how we consume and produce energy. The steepest cuts in emissions need to be made in the year leading to 2030, which means that every second, every minute, every hour we delay, the goal slips further from our grasp. While some progress has been made, the pace of the energy transition is unequal and insufficient, and fossil fuel investment are still dwarfing those of renewables. Taking a regional view, Asia and the Pacific stands at a crossroads of opportunity and challenge. We must focus on three fundamental pillars to accelerate the energy transition: infrastructure, policy, and workforce development. Having returned from the ASEAN Energy Ministers meeting in Bali in August, we discussed the huge benefit the Asian countries are set to gain from the energy transition. IRENA's latest report on Southeast Asia energy transition indicates that 1.5 Celsius scenario could increase employment from 1.3 million to 3.9 million by 2030, and a significant 10.9% improvement in social welfare by 2050. Our latest jobs report also finds that global employment in renewable energy reached 13.7 million in 2022, an increase of 1 million since 2021, and up from a total of 7.3 million in 2012. China accounts for most of these jobs, followed closely by India, amongst others. To advance social justice, the transition to a cleaner energy future needs to be just and inclusive for all. The quality matters as much as the quantity. Justice and fairness are key to gaining support and preventing unequal impact. To achieve clean energy for all, a holistic approach is crucial, addressing economic, cross-sectorial, and energy-specific aspects. While the challenges and scale of the transition are monumental, so too are the opportunities. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would have wished to join you physically for this third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, but I'm honored to still have the chance to address you all today. In this age of rapid modernization, energizing a sustainable future isn't just a goal, it's a necessity. The Asian Pacific region plays a central role in the global efforts to reach net zero emissions and achieve a green energy transition. As one of the most diverse regions in the world, it is vital that we acknowledge that a one-size-fits-all approach will not work. What is working for India is not what will work for Vietnam or the Solomon Islands. The differing societal conditions in this region makes it crucial for highly contextualized and data-driven solutions to drive effective transition models. It is for this reason that Sustainable Energy Forum and its partners are championing the Energy Transition and Investment Plan, which are bespoke, country-specific energy system pathways towards net zero emissions that help countries identify their investment needs while also meeting their development ambitions. I must emphasize the policy frameworks are not just guidelines, they are catalysts that can attract and guide investment in the right direction, ensuring that adequate and appropriate finance aligns with our goals. I urge you to develop actionable policy frameworks such as energy transition and investment plans that can mobilize much needed support from your respective countries. Ladies and gentlemen, renewable energy sources should not be viewed as top-ups to baseload, but as an integral source of energy that can help meet your growing energy demand. I am pleased that many nations in the region already see the value of this shift and are investing and committing to renewable energy. The No New Coal Energy Compact is one such powerful instrument through which countries in this region have demonstrated their commitment by reducing future dependence on thermal power. I urge all of you to join the Energy Compacts community to drive greater change within your national and global policies. As I conclude, we will not be able to achieve sustainable development goals, especially those linked to energy and climate change, without the Asian Pacific region. I would therefore like to urge all of you here today to develop appropriate policies and strategies that will usher a new era of sustainable development. I believe it is in our power to create a better future for Asia, the Pacific, and the world. I wish you all a productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the ministerial panel discussions. There will be two high-level panels this morning. The first is on closing the gap for Sustainable Development Goal 7 in the Asia Pacific, and the second is on enhancing cross-border power system connectivity to enable increased energy security and net zero emissions. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderators of two high-level panels. Mrs. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary for Program of ESCAP, and Mr. Priyantha Vijayatunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Asian Development Bank. Ms. Yang, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. May I invite our distinguished panelists to be seated on the rostrum. Since we are a little bit ahead of the time, so we will have a few minutes to wait for the other panelists to be here. Appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in a matter of the time, we will start the panel discussion while waiting for the other panelists to join us. It's my great pleasure to moderate the first of the two high-level panels this morning. This panel is titled Closing the Gap for SDG 7 in the Asia Pacific. It will provide an opportunity for ministers and our distinguished panelists from across the region to share their perspectives, experiences, successes in overcoming those challenges. As part of this, we also hope to discuss the issues of financing SDG 7, a key element of the overall challenge. As we heard loudly at the opening and also through the key messages by the keynote speakers, while much progress has been made, the world is clearly not on track for achieving SDG 7. Globally, 675 million people were still lacking access to electricity, and 2.3 billion people didn't have access to clean cooking fuel and technology in 2021. At the regional level, while the region has made significant progress on affordable and clean energy, the pace has been too slow to reach the 2030 goal. The region annual energy investment gap is around 0.8 trillion by 2030. The recently concluded SDG Summit in New York added further significance to the implementation of SDG 7. With this background, please allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists who will be sharing their perspectives on these issues. His Excellency Mr. Victor Jonah, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Energy, Cambodia. The Honorable Indika Anuruddha, State Minister of Power and Energy, Sri Lanka. His Excellency Santos Noraha, Secretary of State for Electricity, Water and Sanitation, Timor-Leste. And we have another two panelists on their way, Dr. Sampop Patariyakaku, Inspector General, Ministry of Energy, Thailand, and His Excellency Mr. Sergei Mikhalnikov, Deputy Minister of Energy, Russian Federation. Now I would like to put a question to each panelist. May I kindly remind you to limit the answer to 5 minutes. Firstly, to His Excellency Mr. Victor Jonah, Under-Secretary of State, Ministry of Energy of Cambodia. Cambodia has recently accelerated the deployment of renewable energy, particularly solar. The National Power Development Plan released last year targets over 3 gigawatts of solar PV to be in place by 2040. What are some of the policy levers your government is using to drive this uptake? Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderators. I wish to thank ESCAP and the Ministry of Energy of Thailand for co-organizing this, the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. Chair and Vice Chairs, Cambodian is have opportunity to elaborate a new PDP 2022 and 2040. This study is supported by the ASEAN Development Bank. The PDP represents the pledge of diversified energy strategy. Our objective is to clear and building a sustainable energy model while delivering affordable and reliable electricity. This includes expanding of our national grid infrastructures, increase our renewable energy capacity, and leveraging regional power networking. By 2040, renewable energy, including hydropowers, solar powers, and biomass, will have a capacity installed of 6,000 megawatt, which is total share around 60% of domestic installed capacity. If we look at the domestic installed power capacity in 2022, our renewable energy is reached to 1,700 megawatt, which is also include 437 megawatt is from solar farm. In this, we can say that from 2022 up to 2040, Cambodian will need to increase renewable energy capacity up to 6 times. Cambodia recently accelerated the development of renewable energy, particularly solar, as a part of its effort to reduce its reliance on fossil fuel and achieve climate change goal. With this effort, Cambodia is currently leading a country in ASEAN who has more than 60% renewable energy in total installed capacity in power generation. Cambodian government is issuing a range of policy levers to drive this uptake to solar energy, including in 2018, the regulator of Cambodian energy sector issued a regulation setting out the general condition for connecting of solar power from national grid to the supply of big power consumers and a bulk supply of consumers. This is providing a clear eligibility and technical requirement for those who want to install solar in their own use. Public-private partnership. The government also working together with private sector to develop and finance solar power projects. This is helping to accelerate the deployment and solar energy upscaling. In addition to these policy levers, Cambodian government is also working to improve a country grid infrastructure to support the integration of large-scale solar power projects. This is including investing in new transmission line and substation. In addition, the Ministry of Mines and Energy and the ASEAN Development Bank has worked together on the implementation program on the energy transition sustainable development program, which divide into 2 phases. The first phase from 2023 to 2025, and the second phase is from 2026 up to 2028. Under this program, we have been working on the development of waste-to-energy generation plant, which we are now under the preparation of the bidding process for the project. Besides this, we are in the discussion together with ADB to develop a 2 gigawatt solar power system, including battery energy storage. And now we are still under the utility scale battery energy storage system and also under development program. And we would like to update to you that the last week, the Ministry of Mines and Energy also approving the conducting of the feasibility study of wind power development project, which involve the review of the existing study and detailed screening of the potential of wind in Cambodia. The outlook of solar energy in Cambodia is bright. The country has abundant of solar resources, and the government is coming to support the development of solar energy. With this right policy levers in place, Cambodia expects to achieve the target of 3 gigawatt solar PV by 2040, and possible we could make it more. Thank you very much, and I convey the plan to moderators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I thank Minister Jonah for sharing the examples from both policy perspective and efforts taken to foster public-private partnership, as well as to adopt new technology. And now I would like to turn to Sri Lanka, to the Honorable Indika Anuda Herath, State Minister of Power and Energy. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and distinguished delegates. While Sri Lanka has made significant progress in achieving universal access to electricity, there are still processing sustainable energy challenges under SDG 7 that the government needs to address. Energy access in rural areas. While Sri Lanka has achieved universal access to electricity in urban areas, access remains limited in some rural and remote regions. On average, 98% of householders and 100% of industries have access to electricity in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, the government must focus on extending reliable energy access to the balanced underserved communities, ensuring that no one is left behind. Transition to renewable energy. Sri Lanka heavily relies on fossil fuel for energy production, which poses environmental and economic challenges. Transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar, wind and hydropower is essential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and enhance energy security. Energy efficiency. One of the major challenges is improving energy efficiency across all sectors. Sri Lanka's energy consumption per capita is relatively high, and increasing energy efficiency is crucial for reducing carbon emissions and ensuring a sustainable energy future. In this direction, we have taken some strategic initiatives, normally replacing normal street lights with LED lights and replacing high power consumption all type TVs, refrigerators, washing machine and air conditioners with energy efficient units. Sustainable transport. Promoting sustainable and efficient transportation systems such as electric vehicles and public transport is essential to reduce emissions and dependency on fossil fuels in the transportation sector. Grid modernization. Upgrading and modernization the energy grid is crucial to accommodate the integration of renewable energy sources and enhance grid sustainability and reliability. Climate resilience. Sri Lanka is vulnerable to the impact of climate change, including extreme weather events. Ensuring that the energy infrastructure is climate resilient is vital to maintain the energy supply during and after disasters. Green finance and investment. Encouraging investment in sustainable energy projects and incentivizing green finance option for business and individuals will be key in the country's transition to a more sustainable energy future. To address these challenges, the Sri Lanka government could take several measures, including policy framework, develop and implement a comprehensive and robust policy framework that promotes energy efficiency, renewable energy adoption, and sustainable energy practices. Institutional framework, the government has already established an institutional framework including the Sustainable Energy Authority, SEA, and Atomic Energy Authority to plan, promote, implement, monitor and evaluate the alternative energy sources for sustaining the energy market in the country. Further, the SCA has continued to invest in incentivize renewable energy projects, making it easier for individuals, business and utilities to transition to cleaner energy sources at an affordable cost. In conclusion, while Sri Lanka has made significant progress in achieving universal access to electricity, the government must now focus on addressing the pressing challenges under SDG 7 by adapting sustainable energy practices, transitioning to renewables, and promoting energy efficiency. Sri Lanka can further its progress toward a more sustainable and resilient energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. We all know that Sri Lanka has performed very strongly on many SDGs indicators, including reaching universal access to electricity. At the same time, we also heard from your remarks and that Sri Lanka is also facing some pressing challenges to achieve SDG 7 and how the government is addressing them. For example, by putting in place the policy framework and putting in place the institutional framework and generating investment incentives. Thank you so much for sharing all those examples. Now I would like to address a question to His Excellency Santos Nora, Secretary of State for Electricity, Water and Sanitation, Timor-Leste. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste has made significant strides in its pursuit of SDGs. Work on reducing energy costs, improving reliability, and transitioning toward renewable energy source is one of our strategies for accelerating SDG implementation. This shift not only be environmentally friendly, but can also prove to be economically beneficial in the long run. The ninth constitutional government led by His Excellency Prime Minister Sanana Gusmao is committed to continue to invest in renewable energy source to diversify the energy sector, reduce diesel dependency, electricity production costs, and protect the environment. Pre-feasibility studies have investigated the renewable energy potential for about 450 megawatt from wind, solar PV, and hydropower, which have not been fully utilized. The government of Timor-Leste has launched 100 megawatt of PV and battery energy storage system as an independent power producer in 2023. The current electricity access in Timor-Leste has reached 94% and 6% will be completed by the end of 2023. The modernization of distribution project is being prepared to improve the power feed reliability and stability. Despite the progress, many challenges still remain. limited resource effect, the efficiency and sustainability of service, and dependence of fuel bring high finance environmental consequences. According to the Timor-Leste Strategic Development Plan 2011 to 2030, targeted to achieve 50% renewable energy by 2020. Unfortunately, a lot of work is in the sector is yet to be done. Therefore, the government is committed to investing more in renewable energy in order to provide more reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy in the near future and continuing to value national and international partnership in the effort to achieve SDG 7, as well as establishing an integrated energy investment plan to ensure that no one is left behind. And finally, continue to endeavor all policies and investment directed towards supporting renewable and clean energy, contributing to protecting our planet for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. We heard what you said, that leaving no one behind, which is deeply rooted in the 2030 agenda. We appreciate that you provided us a perspective, not just from environmental perspective, but also economic and social perspective. At the same time, in your remarks, you noted the challenge, the financing challenge to achieve the SDG 7. I believe in the coming days, and we will have the more opportunities to discuss those pressing issues. Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to our distinguished guests and Dr. Sampap Patanariaku, Inspector General, Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Yeah.
Thank you, the moderator. Excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Addressing the gap of energy development for achieving the SDG 7 in the Asia-Pacific region is a moral imperative and a strategic necessity. It is our firm belief that by closing this gap, we will be able to unlock the potential for inclusive growth, poverty, and enhance living standards for millions of people across the region. With this reason, we need to revolutionize our energy system to become more resilient and sustainable. In order to align with the global trend toward a low-carbon economy, to accomplish its SDG 7 goals of enhancing clean and modern energy system, countries need to formulate their ambitious goals for promoting clean and renewable energy installation and production, upgrading the grid and infrastructure networks, and implementing various innovative technologies, including carbon capture, utilization and storage, energy storage, and hydrogen technology. In addition, this transformation requires financial resources and a commitment to financing clean energy transition. We recognize that both domestic and international financing mechanisms play a vital role in realizing our sustainable energy goals. We encourage the increased investment in clean and renewable energy resource, grid infrastructures, and energy efficiency measures to accelerate our transition. One of the key pathways toward achieving secure and sustainable energy is enhancing cross-border power system connectivity. By fostering interconnected grids, we can bolster our collective energy security and work collaboratively to advance our net zero emission ambitions. Through international partnership and infrastructure investment, we can unlock the potential of our regional energy resources and create a resilient energy network. In ASEAN, LTMS PIP as part of ASEAN Power Grid is a good example. Ladies and gentlemen, for Thailand, we have implemented several policy and measures to bridge the gap of reaching SDG 7 goals by expanding our grid infrastructures and initiating off-grid power generation projects in the rural areas, including solar water pumping and mini-grid infrastructure. Thailand is also embracing renewable energy production and consumption by facilitating and incentivizing an investment of clean and renewable energies, such as solar, biogas, and wind power generation. I can assure you that Thailand stands ready to collaborate with our regional partners, international organizations, and the private sector to create an energy future that is secured, sustainable, and interconnected. In conclusion, I do believe that together we can bridge the energy access gap, reduce emissions, and foster prosperity for all. As we deliberate on these vital issues throughout this gathering, we remain committed to the shared goal of advancing our regions toward a more resilient and sustainable energy future. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, Inspector General, for sharing Thailand's successful stories. And also, we heard that you also noted the common challenge of sustainable financing. So, in the recently concluded SDG Summit, member states sent a strong call to strengthen actions around the 6 transitions needed to achieve the SDGs. Those are food, energy, digitalization, education, social protection, employment, and the biodiversity. Here today, and according to the remarks and comments made by the ministers, we came to the conclusion that the energy is the most cross-cutting area. Without the sustainable energy and inclusive and equitable sustainable energy, we won't be able to achieve the rest of the transitions. We heard it loudly. Thank you so much, Minister. Now I invite His Excellency Mr. Sergei Mohannikov, the Deputy Minister of Energy, Russian Federation, to share his view. Your Excellency, could you please elaborate on the guiding principles for the energy transition in Russian Federation? Minister, you have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, в первую очередь хотел поблагодарить секретариат ESCAP за организацию столь значимого мероприятия. Все страны ESCAP единодушны в вопросах поддержки целей устойчивого развития ООН, прежде всего в области обеспечения надежного энергоснабжения, а также содействия в снижении энергетической бедности и обеспечения всеобщего доступа к энергетике. Россия всегда считала, что устойчивое развитие и обеспечение надежной и доступной энергии населения Земли должно быть ключевой задачей глобальной энергетики планеты. Россия полностью поддерживает усилия международного сообщества по противодействию изменения климата, охране окружающей среды и рациональному природопользованию. И избрала себе горизонт достижения углеродной нейтральности не позднее 2060 года. На фоне усиливающегося тренда на низкоуглеродное развитие перед всем мировым сообществом стоит сложная задача обеспечить баланс, снижение негативного влияния на климат и обеспечение растущих энергетических потребностей населения Земли в доступных и недорогих источниках энергии. Для удовлетворения глобального спроса на энергию необходимо сбалансированное развитие как углеродной энергетики, так и новых возобновляемых источников энергии. Ускорение энергетического перехода не должно разрушить способность традиционной энергетики обеспечивать доступ к надежному и устойчивому энергоснабжению, а также препятствовать социально-экономическому развитию стран. Российский подход к энергопереходу строится на необходимости сбалансированности рассматриваемых решений с учетом национальных особенностей, безопасности не только предложения и цепочек поставок, но и спроса, стабильной и недискриминационной работе рынков и международной торговли энергоресурсами, принципам технологической нейтральности и оценки воздействия на климат на всем протяжении жизненного цикла, равном и справедливом международном сотрудничестве. Финансирование имеет решающее значение для успешного энергоперехода. Одним из способов стимулирования финансовых потоков могла бы стать выработка общих, справедливых и транспарентных правил регулирования в части, касающихся классификации источников энергии, учетов выбросов, поглощений парниковых газов, зеленой таксономии и обращения углеродных единиц. Для финансирования энергоперехода в России создана нормативная основа устойчивого рынка, в том числе зеленого финансирования. Поддерживаем развитие передовых технологий как приоритетной составляющей энергетического перехода. Главным критерием оценки различных технологий должна быть их вклад как с точки зрения доступа к энергии и безопасности, так и сокращения выбросов. В этом контексте, на наш взгляд, необходимо вести речь о наращивании использования всех видов новых технологий, способствующих декарбонизации экономики. Не должно быть препон для передачи технологий. Основным драйвером мировой экономики и торговли, а значит и потребления энергоресурсов, является Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион. Страны ЭСКАТа должны работать вместе, чтобы укреплять всестороннее сотрудничество, продвигать свое видение энергетического будущего и выбора путей энергетического перехода в соответствии с национальными условиями и особенностями на основе взаимного уважения интересов. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you for your insights on this very important topic. And so with that, we would like to conclude our panel session. I'm sure that you will agree with me that the ministers and the distinguished panelists provided very useful insights into the challenges their country and our region are facing on SDG 7, and some of the ways in which they are rising to these challenges. The countries represented at this panel are very diverse. But I hope that we have identified some common challenges, but perhaps also some good lessons learned, opportunities for collaboration in sustainable energy. This has provided a very good foundation for us to build on during this forum. Allow me to thank all the ministers for their excellent contributions. I now hand the proceedings back to the chair. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much for your listening. Thank you.
Mr. Priyanta Wijayatatunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Asian Development Bank, for the second panel, titled Enhancing Cross-Border Power System Connectivity to Enable Increased Energy Security and Net Zero Emissions. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to all of you and good morning. Now that we have all the panelists, we can immediately start. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to moderate this second of the two high-level panels this morning. This panel is titled, you may already know, Enhancing Cross-Border Power System Connectivity for Increased Energy Security and Net Zero Emissions. I do not have to, of course, reiterate that strong interconnectivity among power systems across the region and between regions will allow power trade at scale within the region and across regions. It allows sharing cheaper, cleaner, geographically distributed power generation sources, increase reliability of supply in power systems, and reduce reserve generation requirements, among many other benefits, which I don't have to go into details of. This means regional connectivity can significantly contribute to our ambition to achieve enhanced energy security and to achieve our net zero emission at the earliest. On the part of the Asian Development Bank, we strongly support regional connectivity across the Asia-Pacific region, and also we have several flagship regional energy cooperation programs, and in fact, this is very much embedded in one of our 5 principles in the Energy Policy 2021. So today we have this esteemed panel of speakers, and these panelists are invited to share their perspectives, experiences, and successes leveraging power system connectivity to enable secure and sustainable energy sector development within the region. Joining me on the stage are distinguished representatives from across the region. Allow me to please introduce His Excellency He Yang, Vice Administrator, National Energy Administration of the People's Republic of China. His Excellency Srinivasa Panuwan, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lao PDR. His Excellency Mayak Marsuren Bayar Magnai, Vice Minister, Minister of Energy, Mongolia. His Excellency Manucher Safarsoda, Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Tajikistan, and Mr. Liu Zhehong, Executive Vice Chairman of the Global Energy Interconnection and Development Cooperation Organization. Now I would like to put a question to each of you. Of course, you can elaborate now that we have more time, the answers you have, but originally I was expecting you to confine to 5 minutes, but you can take a little longer if you so wish. First, I would like to request His Excellency He Yang, Vice Administrator, National Energy Administration of People's Republic of China. We all know PRC has rapidly increased the share of renewable energy in the power system and built one of the largest high voltage grids in the world. Let me ask Your Excellency, how are the sustainability aspects given consideration in domestic and cross-border connectivity planning in the PRC? Over to you.
尊敬的这个与会代表、女士们、先生们，很高兴参加这次亚太能源部长会议。在此呢，仅代表国家能源局 对本次会议的顺利举行表示热烈祝贺。也感谢亚太经合会的秘书处和泰国能源部为此次会议的辛勤准备所付出的努力。现在全球气候变化加剧，能源供需失衡，传统化石燃料呢运营成本攀升，对亚太地区广大发展中国家造成了较大的冲击。那么我们亚太地区人口多，能源需求旺盛，碳排放的规模大，这也是现实问题。推动我们区域解决这些问题的一个有效路径，就是要推动区域的能源互联，特别是电力的互联互通。我们亚太地区各个国家其实有很好的合作基础，互联互通呢，也取得了一些很大的积极进展。刚才主持人讲到了，中国和周边国家现在电力互联互通的水平不断提升。我们现在已经跟中俄、中蒙、中越、中老、中缅有多条的跨国的输电线路。那我们中国国内呢，也建成了世界上最大的特高压的输电网络。这个输电网络呢，是可以实现中国西部地区的和西南地区的丰富的太阳能、光伏资源，还有水能资源呢，向东部地区呢大量的输送。这电力互联互通可以解决这相关国家的电力供应安全，同时促进区域能源合作。那么也借这个机会，愿意再提3点建议。一个，电力互联互通是要坚持绿色低碳。中国国家主席习近平指出，绿色低碳发展是潮流，顺之者昌。希望亚太各国还是把握机遇，立足本国的资源禀赋，加大绿色低碳能源的开发利用，加速太阳能、风能还有水能这些清洁能源的发电，让这个绿色低碳成为我们电力互联互通最显著的特征。第二呢，是促进政策的规则的协调。这里建议我们各国能够用好我们 ESCAP 这个框架下的能源互联互通的专家工作组，促进各国的规划对接和政策衔接，共同做好电力市场规则、监管框架和技术标准这些顶层设计，加速实现以电网为主要载体的能源互联互通。第三是要加速能源科技发展创新。这个亚太地区能源市场规模大，在能源、资源、技术产业方面呢，都各具优势，合作前景也广阔。希望这个区域各国呢，能够搭建一个完善的多边的科技合作机制，开展一些联合的研究，进行一些技术的联合的攻关，来促进更大规模的可再生能源的开发利用，也提升我们区域的输配电的技术水平，加大我们这个区域间的电力互联互通的规模。最后，我愿意以本届亚太能源论坛为起点，按照互利互惠、透明公开、务实合作的原则，我们中国愿意各国推动亚太地区的区域电力互联互通，共同促进能源绿色低碳的转型。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next, let me invite His Excellency Mayagmar Suren Bayar Magnai, Vice Minister of Ministry of Energy and Mines, Lao PDR. Your Excellency, Lao PDR is of course the hub of hydropower in the South Asia region, and of course has exported hydropower to neighboring countries. In particular, this access achieved the multilateral power trade agreement with Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore last year. can be pointed out as major milestones. What is the status of cross-border power connectivity in your country, and what are some of the key challenges, if any, in making progress, particularly in hydropower development, which you have a lot of to deal with?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mines, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP and Ministry of Energy of Thailand for organizing this significant event. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Laos is one of the 10 countries of ASEAN organization, and Laos surrounded by 5 countries such as China, Vietnam, Myanmar, Thailand, and Cambodia. The potential supply capacity of renewable energy from Laos' abundant hydropower resources, wind, solar powers, and now we start to preparation of the producing of green hydrogen and geothermal energy. The hydropower in Laos, estimately the potential of hydropower is 30,000 megawatts. For solar and wind power, we have the potential more than 30,000 megawatts. And more than 10,000 megawatts, it's for geothermal energy. In total, with the green hydrogen, we can produce approximately 100,000 megawatts. You know, Laos is a small country, but we have the great potential for the green energy. The government of Laos had entered MOU for power trading with Thailand is 10,000 megawatts, with Cambodia 6,000 megawatts. For Vietnam, we export 5,000 megawatts of electricity. Myanmar, 600 megawatts. Power exchange with China, Yunnan province, and Singapore, more than 4,000 megawatts. Excellencies, ladies and gents, to secure national energy demand and reliable supply, we need to develop the national backbone, high voltage transmission line to secure sustainable, reliable power supply within countries. Across-border interconnection are connected by high voltage up to 500 kilovolt to facilitate power trading with Mekong Greater Sub-region countries. And last year, the Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project, LTMS PIP, was launched. It was first multilateral power trade agreement in ASEAN region. The success of LTMS project has instilled in us the confidence of expand our domestic power generation capabilities. Moreover, we are enthusiastic about exploring additional avenues beyond our existing infrastructure to strengthen connections with our neighboring countries and complement the APG. We aim to advance this project, but we need the support and dedication of every member countries. We cannot do it alone, So we must work together and to increase generation capacity, explore alternative routes, and use technological advancement to improve this undertaking. Although we may face some temporary challenges in increase our capacity, I see our region becoming a key hub for energy exchange and trade in the long-term future. We have been standing here to support the energy exchange beyond neighboring countries to our energy security and stability. We now currently undertaking potential study on interconnection option by DC submarine power line from Laos through Singapore via southern part of Vietnam or through Cambodia. The length of these power lines, submarine power cables, if from Vietnam to Singapore is approximately 1,600 kilometers. If through Cambodia to Singapore is more than 1,200 kilometers. As we're looking forward the future and strive to expand such projects throughout the ASEAN region, it is crucial that we demonstrate the necessity of energy exchange for each country to achieve its goal for reducing net zero emission. And now we continue to implementation for our 5A energy strategy is, first A, affordable. The second, accessible. The third, abundant. The fourth A is advanced. And the last one is alternative smart energy. And we have a plan to develop our hydropower to hybrid power. As we look forward the future of development of renewable energy, as you know, Laos is abundant on not only on solar and wind power, so we can produce the huge number of green hydrogen by producing using the our green electricity. So we will, in the near future, we will export our green hydrogen to Thailand, to Singapore, and even to Japan. And from Japanese side, in the conference of GX Energy Transition in Tokyo, the Minister of METI, it's mean Ministry of Industry and Trade of Japan, he said that Japan will be the biggest market of Laos green hydrogen. And we invite all member countries to explore the numbers of opportunities to develop the green energy generation assets in Laos PDR, including but not limited to hydropower, wind, solar, but also green hydrogen and geothermal energy in Laos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Sinava Suparnuan, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Mines, Laos PDR. His Excellency clearly indicated the amount of contribution what Lao PDR can make in terms of clean energy generation within the country, as much as about 100 gigawatts. That's not a small number, particularly looking at the requirements in the ASEAN region. And that clearly shows the need for strong interconnectivity between different countries. Of course, compared to Lao PDR, the demand in the region is much more what Lao PDR can generate over the years. And also, he emphasized the need to look at things like green energy, green hydrogen, which is quite versatile when it comes to the use of it, and it's a good green energy carrier, particularly looking at hard-to-abate sectors. It's important that we come up with these green energy, green hydrogen sources so that we can convert those hard-to-abate sectors into more cleaner operations. And so Lao PDR will play a very important role from that viewpoint in overall decarbonization in the ASEAN region. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your thoughts. Now, next I would like to turn to Mongolia. I would like to request His Excellency Mayagmar Suren Bayar Magnai, Vice Minister, Minister of Energy, Mongolia. Now, ADB has worked for a number of years in the clean energy, development within Mongolia, and it has enormous potential. And of course, surrounded by neighbors who use a lot of fossil fuels. Within Mongolia itself, of course, you have a lot of fossil fuels, and there are a lot of opportunities to bring more and more renewable clean energy to replace polluting fuel sources, and also to export, obviously, this power to neighbors. From your perspective, Your Excellency, what are the key considerations for accelerating cross-border power connectivity?
The Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the question. Mongolia has a long-standing relationship with ADB on power system development and cross-border connectivity, in particular through the North Asia Power System Integration Program, or NAPSI. We are also working closely with the ESCAP on power system connectivity, in particular on the Green Power Corridor roadmap for North Asia. So it's great to see ADB and ESCAP working together on this topic and to have the opportunity to talk about why power system matters to Mongolia. The main component of Mongolia's cross-border connection is that the power system of our central and western region connected to the power system of Russia. Central grid provides in parallel mode for export and import to prevent failures and ensure stable operation. Additionally, in the south of Mongolia, the Oitlai, one is the biggest deposit in the world, is supplied by the Chinese power system, which operates separately from central region power system. In addition, some settlements, border ports, and outposts bordering China and Russia are provided with energy consumption via power lines, and share of imported electricity accounts 20% of Mongolia's total electricity consumption. Despite this cross-border connectivity, the overhead power lines are currently not being used to their full capacity and are only utilized for energy imports. As of today, renewable energy accounts almost 90% of total installed capacity. Probably, actually, our total installed electric capacity is around 1,559 megawatts, which is quite small to compare to other Asian countries, of course. And out of 300 megawatts, it's a renewable energy. So, I mean, this is
small amount, I guess. Even though we aim to increase the share of renewable energy consumption without affecting the stable and reliable operation of the integrated grid. It's the medium-term policy the government has set to goal to increase the share of renewable energy by 30% in total installed capacity of the energy system by 2030. Also, the increasing and exporting electricity, increasing the renewable energy is also exporting the electricity is in the long-term the policy, the long-term vision to 2050, which are adopted by the Parliament. The main difficulty and challenges we face at the moment in the development of renewable energy in Mongolia is the lack of stabilization sources to manage variable renewable energy due to, of course, end of the service life of current used thermal power plants. Frequency adjustment is involved to less extent. However, although it's possible to develop hydropower projects, the flow of major rivers and streams in the territory of Mongolia is highly dependent on neighboring countries, as we conducted detailed studies on domestic rivers. The Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia has tremendous amounts of untapped resources, renewable energy sources, in particular solar and wind. By one estimate, we have more than 2,600 gigawatt of wind and solar potential to supply to China through China to Northeast Asian countries. There is a far more untapped renewables potential than we have domestic demand for. Developing these resources would support decarbonization of our economy, including our critical mineral sector, allowing us to help meet increased global demand for sustainable minerals. But it would be also support economic development through exports to our neighbors and beyond. Accelerating cross-border connectivity, though, requires significant amount of development and investment, both within Mongolia and regionally. Such improving our, of course, need to improve our legal environment, equally important to us. To start, we will need to invest in our domestic power grid. Doing so, we have a number of benefits. Of course, first, we would increase the security and resilience of our power system. It would also allow us to tap into our renewable energy sources, which are plentiful but also distributed widely across our country. As we develop our domestic grid, we should also be laying the foundation for increased cross-border power system integration. We can start by working more closely on technical issues such as coordinating our power system plans and harmonizing regulations. And we can build off this collaboration to develop platforms for collaboration to address some of the key issues that we will need to agree on the development of cross-border infrastructure such as cost sharing and cost recovery. We conducted some preliminary feasibility study of various options for exporting electricity, actually renewable based to China in support of the Northeast Asian Power System Connectivity Interconnection Project. The study aims to determine the most optimal locations from a technical and economic perspective and calculate the capital and investment costs required for the related overhead power lines, substations, and adjustment stations. Power system connectivity is a key development strategy for Mongolia, and it is gratifying to see that our experience has informed development of ESCAP's Green Power Corridor framework, which I hope will support sustainable connectivity efforts across the region. We look forward to working with you and others to further development our power system and to enable closer collaboration with the countries of Northeast Asia and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those very important thoughts. Again, Mongolia, as he quite rightly said, has enormous potential in wind and solar. And of course, you can very well see that the need for strong interconnectivity to develop these resources. And he mentioned one of the important technical barriers, that is, the stabilization, the stability of the power system will be strongly affected if you try to develop this in large scale, unless you address that issue in some form or the other. One of the ways of doing that is, of course, increase interconnectivity. Because when you have larger power systems in the neighborhood, if you connect your power system to that and these variable energy sources, it's easier to absorb these energy sources. Of course, somebody will have to pay for these, what is called ancillary services, but it's easier to control the power system and make it stable. So interconnectivity plays a very important role in that regard. And also he mentioned the importance of developing these resources in the context of securing critical minerals, which we really need, again, to develop renewable energy. As you know, we are really in need of critical minerals when it comes to developing renewable energy technologies, the batteries, and so on. So it's kind of embedded a need that we need increase the availability of power and also interconnectivity in that regard to support the production, manufacturing of, and extraction of critical minerals. So it's nice to hear that connectivity is a major strategy the government in Mongolia pursues, and that's very important. Eventually, the better the connectivity, the better it's going to be the sharing of the renewable energy sources. Now let me switch to Tajikistan and invite His Excellency Manucher Safarsoda, the Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Tajikistan, to present his views. And similar to Lao PDR, Tajikistan has a very significant hydropower resources and experience in trading electricity with Tajikistan's neighbors. In fact, we all very well know almost all the development financing institutions are in Tajikistan these days looking at very important hydropower, development of hydropower resources. And at the same time, Tajikistan needs to emphasize on power evacuation. Regional connectivity in that regard is very important because this power needs to be eventually exported to the neighboring countries if we are to benefit from these hydropower resources. In that regard, Kasa 1000 transmission project, which we have been talking about for years and years, will play a major role. Let me request His Excellency to explain what the status is of cross-border power connectivity for Tajikistan, and what are the key challenges you think you come across when it comes to interconnectivity and in making progress in this regard, not only hydropower but also interconnectivity. Thank you. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый председатель. Большое спасибо за такой очень важный вопрос. Хочу отметить, что в соответствии с национальной стратегией развития Таджикистана до 2030 года вопрос расширения региональной интеграции электроэнергии считается одним из очень важных элементов нашей стратегии. Соответственно, в соответствии с национальной стратегией развития Таджикистана до 2030 года мы в основном следуем 4 основных индикаторов. Мы часто его называем как стратегия 10, так как оно исходит из 4 десятка. Первая десятка означает, до 30 года мы, Таджикистан, увеличим нашу генерирующую мощность до 10 гигаваттов. Вторая десятка увеличение экспорт электроэнергии в регион Центральной и Южной Азии до 10 миллиардов киловатт-часов. Третья десятка – это уменьшение наших потерь до 10%. И четвертая десятка – это диверсификация наших источников за счет других источников генерации, это мы часто называем non-hydro. То есть, как вы знаете, у нас в Таджикистане более 95% электроэнергии вырабатывается на гидроэлектростанциях. Поэтому мы хотим до 30 года диверсифицировать наши источники генерации за счет других источников. Это в основном солнечная энергия и ветровая. В этом, именно в контексте региональной интеграции на сегодняшний день при поддержке Азиатского банка развития нами реализуется проект по переподключению к единой энергетической системе Центральной Азии. В рамках этого нам планируется переподключить энергосистему Таджикистан с целью увеличения экспорт электроэнергии в регион Центральной Азии, это Узбекистан, Южный Казахстан и также, считается, и Туркменистан. Проект сейчас находится на стадии реализации. По нашим ожиданиям, завершим этот проект в следующем году. То есть, начиная с мая следующего года, мы хотим увеличить наши экспортные поставки в регион Центральной Азии по уже новым инфраструктурам в рамках этого проекта. Второй очень немаловажный проект – это проект КАСА-1000, в рамках которого Таджикистан и Кыргызстан планируют экспортировать свои избытки в летнем периоде в Афганистан и Пакистан. Сейчас проект находится на стадии реализации. Основные работы в части Таджикистана, Кыргызстана и Пакистана находятся на стадии завершения. Имеются некоторые сложности по части Афганистана, но сейчас мы, то есть страны, участников этого проекта и наши доноры, в основном Всемирный банк, ищем пути решения вопроса по продолжению строительно-монтажных работ на территории Афганистана. То есть вопрос на сегодняшний день в основном Таджикистан экспортирует электроэнергию в основном в Узбекистан, но оно ограничивается тем, что у нас мы работаем с нашими соседями в основном в изолированном режиме, где часть энергосистемы Узбекистана, оно отключается от системы Узбекистана в летний период и подключается к нашей системе. Это очень технически ограничен такой вариант для нас. Мы имеем хороший потенциал для то есть увеличение этих объемов, однако технически сейчас необходимо реализовать тот проект, который я упомянул, сейчас мы реализуем с Азиатским банком развития. И то есть другой очень такой хороший или же перспективный проект по строительству проекта КАСА-1000. Как вы знаете, у нас на сегодняшний день для того, чтобы мы обеспечили зеленую и доступную электроэнергию в регионе Центральной и Южной Азии, необходимо генерирующие объекты, то есть источники. На сегодняшний день Таджикистан реализует проект по строительству Рагунской ГЭС, и по нашим ожиданиям, по нашим расчетам, более 60% выработки за счет Рагуна идет на экспорт в соседние страны. То есть это означает чистые, экологично чистые энергии мы хотим поставлять нашим соседям в Центральной и Южной Азии. В конце хочу отметить, что для дальнейшего развития отрасли электроэнергетики в Таджикистане на данный момент мы в основном работаем по части строительства, то, что упомянул, генерирующих мощностей, это Рагунская ГЭС в основном и другие малые и средние ГЭСы. Другое очень важное направление – это реконструкция существующих мощностей. Те объекты, которые еще были построены в период Советского Союза, все они сейчас находятся на стадии реабилитации. Другое направление, которое мы сейчас работаем, это проекты в части цифровизации цифровизации нашего сектора, это система учета и диверсификация. То есть на сегодняшний день мы реализуем ряд проектов по части строительство солнечных и ветровых станций с привлечением частных инвестиций. То есть это в основном тот подход, который сейчас придерживается Республика Таджикистан в части и зеленой энергетики, и в части региональной интеграции электроэнергии с Центральной и Южной Азии. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that overview of what we are doing in Tajikistan. In terms of development of hydropower and interconnectivity, and you very well, explained the need to look at transmission, not just development of the renewable energy, but finally, at the end of the day, to get the benefits of renewable energy, you need to really develop your transmission network, not just within the country, but also across countries, if you really want to get them out of your country and export. So in this regard, the regional connectivity is very important. And also you emphasize the need for multilateral agreements, because if you're going beyond your neighbors, you need to have that agreement. And also that enables us to come up with harmonized approaches to regulations, the standards, the technical standards, and so on. That is very important, because otherwise you will not be able to participate in power markets in a third country beyond your immediate neighbors. And that's very important. And so those are very important points. And also the other thing what we pointed out was the rehabilitation of the existing infrastructure. In fact, most of this infrastructure, particularly in Central Asia, are quite old and may not be able to perform the task what is expected of this infrastructure at the moment of the present day context. So it's important to rehabilitate them to suit the modern needs, the current needs of the power systems, particularly if you are looking at absorption of renewable energy, intermittent renewable energy into power systems. Unless you upgrade these transmission networks with adequate technological interventions and digitalization, you may not be able to make use of this renewable energy to the maximum. Even though you may be able to develop the renewable energy, you may not be able to use it properly. And so those are important things what he emphasized. Thank you very much for those thoughts. Now let me invite Mr. Liu Jihong, Executive Vice Chairman of Global Energy Interconnection and Development Corporation. You have extensive experience in power grid company and enormous expertise in developing ultra-high voltage transmission. Could you please discuss the pivotal role and enhancing cross-border energy interconnections plays in advancing regional green and low-carbon development? Also, in your opinion, what are the next steps necessary to drive forward cross-border power interconnection? Over to you.
谢谢主持人。我想从4个方面来回答这个问题。首先，电网互联可以取得一系列的好处。电网互联是电力工业发展的自然趋势。通过大范围互联，可以使不同区域、不同国家的电源特性互补，如水火互补。不同水温特性的水电电源互补，还可以使夏季高峰与冬季高峰负荷之间互补。有些情况下，输电比输送其他能源更方便、更便宜。互联电网还可以在事故情况下相互支持，减少备用。在能源转型的情景下，电网互联可以得到更大的好处，便于清洁能源在更大范围内消纳。大范围的清洁能源具有更小的波动性和更好的可预见性。到2040年， 预计中国西北与西南电网互联可减少储能需求约7000万千瓦。根据初步研究，东北亚电网互联需要增加电网投资约460亿美元，而在电源和储能方面可节约约1700亿美元。第二，电网互联技术已相当成熟，在很多情况下，相邻两国可以直接通过110千伏到1000千伏交流直接相连。在特殊情况下，可以通过常规或者基于 VSC 的直流互联。目前陆地上直流最先进的技术是中国准东到皖南的正负1100千伏直流，输电距离3324公里，容量1200万千瓦，单位输电成本是交流500千伏输电的约20%。海底输电技术已经达到正负500千伏，海底长度电缆的长度超过500公里，在欧洲联网中得到了成功应用。第三，欧洲的跨国互联和中国的国内互联都取得了成功经验。欧洲互联电网使得像德国这样的国家实现了新能源电能量超过50%。中国的电网互联使得负荷中心2000到3000公里远的西南、西北地区的水电、风电和太阳能资源开发成为可能，并向中国的东部提供了大量的清洁电能。在2022年极热极干旱的天气情况下，中国西南地区水电发电出力降低了一半。通过调节互联电网的输送方向，成功解决了四川、重庆的电力短缺困难，没有对社会经济产生大的影响。第四，推动跨国电网互联，关键要加强机制建设。跨国电网互联在技术上没有障碍，发展前景广阔。当前重点是要通过建立供需长期协力，增强互信，确保有电可送、有电能送、有利可投，达到利益共同体，实现互利共赢。要推动政策规划对接，充分发挥联合国及区域性组织平台作用，推动各国做好政策衔接和规划对接，加快项目落地。要加强标准规范合作，共同编制跨国联网相关技术标准和导则，建立互联项目投资、建设、运行的规则规范，明确各方责任义务，保障中长期建立交易合同节实履行，减少项目投资风险。全球能源互联网发展与合作组织愿意与全球，特别是本地区的各国政府、各个企业、相关的研究机构合作，共同推进本区域的电网互联，促进各国能源的清洁发展和可持续发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Jae Hong. And it's quite encouraging to look at the numbers, but he quoted the the billions of dollars of savings what we can achieve interconnectivity. Of course, these are based on some of the studies conducted and very important studies. And obviously, we'll have to spend money on investing on these infrastructure to achieve those benefits. But I'm sure the benefits, definitely much more than the costs incurred in the investments. And also, it's quite encouraging to see the technological developments, what he quoted, particularly, submarine cables and so on, which are definitely part and parcel of the solutions which we need to look at as we go, because we may have to interconnect, many countries which are far apart and separated by the seas. And also, he clearly explained the benefits of interconnectivity within the country also in PRC, how southern part of PRC benefited from, connectivity as a result of, during the drought which PRC experienced. And also he emphasized the need for regional, organizational platforms like, within ADB we have few flagship such programs like CAREC, SASEC, GMS program and so on. Now these regional platforms help to, look at any barriers which we have in developing interconnectivity. And these barriers can be addressed through regional platforms, because there we sit together and discuss issues and try to overcome and address those issues, both at working level as well as at the policy and government to government level. So these regional platforms are very important. So with this, I would like to conclude this particular session, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to all our distinguished esteemed guests, speakers, for providing very useful insights on the power system connectivity in the region, which is very important, as I said, for various reasons. And the panelists presented, of course, not only their individual perspective of their individual countries from the viewpoint of their countries, but also as a region. I believe some common messages have emerged. As I said, the need is always there. The need has been emphasized, the need for regional platforms emphasized, and in particular around how the region as a whole can work together more closely to enable the transition to secure low-carbon power systems, and how regional connectivity enormously assists in this process. So thank you so much to all of you who joined this interesting discussion, not only the panelists, but also the audience. Without you, of course, there is no panel discussion here. And let me now hand over the proceedings back to the chair. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will be commencing agenda item 2 shortly. But please return to your seats. Thank you.
The chair can announce.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, agenda item 2, policy perspectives on building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific, country statements, is about to begin. Kindly have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. Yang and Mr. Vijayatunga for a fruitful discussion. Now, distinguished delegates, let us resume our deliberations on agenda item 2, policy perspectives and building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and Pacific. Before we proceed with the agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcements. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I just provide some quick reminders for those online delegates, participants joining us via e-conferencing platform Zoom. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click the right-hand icon on the control bar. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click Join as a panelist on the pop-up screen and wait for system to rejoin automatically. Click Unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your interventions. To avoid the audio interference, before speaking, kindly ensure to select the same listening language as you speak. If you speak in Chinese, kindly select Chinese as the listening channel. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly type the issue in the chat. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretariat will be monitoring the chat in Zoom. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions to be raised through your delegation by using a raise hand icon only. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Secretary. I would now like to open the floor to the delegates for general statements. Country and organization statements may discuss aspiration towards energy transition for sustainable and resilient societies. Specific topics may include challenges in the implementation of SDG 7, measures taken by countries in addressing said challenges, the role of energy connectivity in national policies and strategies, and the scope for regional cooperation to enhance energy for sustainable development. First, the floor will be open for members, associate members, and observer countries of the Commission. If time allows, the floor will then be given to intergovernmental and international organizations and other entities. The priority will be given to pre-registered speaking requests. Then, new registration today will be called upon. Distinguished delegates, in the conference room, we haven't registered. Please raise your flags if you wish to make statements. Delegates who participate online, please use raise hand button in Zoom webinar. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 5 minutes to ensure we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the website of the forum. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker is Indonesia. HE, Mr. Arifan Sharif, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. A video and script.
Permanent Secretary of Energy, Thailand, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to take part in the 3rd ASEAN and Pacific Energy Forum. My deepest appreciation to Ministry of Energy Thailand and ESCAP for excellent organizing this prestigious event. Building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific is a critical endeavor, considering the region's rapid economic growth and increasing energy demand. This vision involves several strategies, particularly in transforming fossil energy to renewable energy, which is green and sustainable, in order to reduce greenhouse gas emission towards net zero emission. To improve energy reliability and facilitate the sharing of surplus energy among countries, interconnected energy grids at regional and national level should be enhanced. Indonesia advances those pledged in Indonesia's ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 by addressing sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. The platforms of Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline and ASEAN Power Grid will elevate the utilization of clean and renewable energy sources across ASEAN member states to become the backbone of sustainable energy systems in Southeast Asia. In ASEAN Ministers on Energy meeting last August 2023, ASEAN member states agreed upon joint statement of Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, countries on developing the power integration project in the BIMP sub-region to continue what we have achieved with the Laos PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore Power Integration Project. These deliverables support the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, which address the energy imperatives for sustainable development within the framework of ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. It is known as SDG 7. The government of Indonesia has implemented SDG 7 programs through providing energy access such as electricity and clean cooking access. Indonesian electrification ratio has reached 99.6% in 2022 to achieve 100% electrification ratio we implement several programs, such as utilize local renewable energy sources for people who live in remote area, enhancing additional transmission lines and substations, as well as inter-island interconnection systems. The government also continues to promote clean cooking access by promoting electric stove utilization and developing city gas networks, which has reached almost 1 million households in 2022. The installed capacity of renewable energy power plants are more than 12.6 gigawatt in 2022. We plan to develop 21 gigawatt renewable energy power plants, such as hydro, solar, geothermal, wind, and bioenergy by 2030. In addition, we are also deploying biomass co-firing, converting the use of diesel fuel into gas and renewable power plants, substituting fossil fuel with biofuel for vehicles and industries. Implementing energy efficiency. Energy efficiency in Indonesia has shown a positive trend in the past 5 years, where in 2022, primary energy intensity reached 160.5 BOE per billion rupiah. The programs that have been applied, among others, are implementing energy management and minimum energy performance standards mandatory. To achieve net zero emission by 2060, Indonesia will develop about 700 gigawatt renewable energy generation, focusing on solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal energy resources. We also plan to build our supergrid to enhance interconnectivity, ramp up renewable energy development, while also maintaining the electric system stability and security. To conclude, it is expected that this forum could enhance international cooperation in building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now, next speaker from China, Mr. Yi Yang, Vice Administrator of National Energy Administration of China. Please, you have the floor.
谢谢主持人，各位代表、女士们、先生们，中国近年在清洁能源建设方面，已经建成了世界上最大的清洁能源体系。那么借此呢，我愿意跟大家分享一下中国的一些主要做法。第一是加强顶层设计，健全能源转型的政策体系。中国国家主席习近平在2014年创造性的提出了4个革命、1个合作的能源安全新战略，将绿色低碳转型的理念贯穿于能源生产、消费、科技、改革和国际合作的各个环节。我们制定的5年能源规划、电力规划、可再生能源规划，都长期一贯坚持清洁低碳、安全高效的发展方针。我们进一步完善了绿色证书制度，促进新能源的发展。近期又出台了促进新型储能的发展的政策措施。第二是有序推进清洁能源项目发展建设。中国在稳步推进大型的风电、光伏基地、海上风电、分布式光伏的发电建设，加快推进水电流域风光一体化的建设，积极安全有序的发展核电。那么目前截止今年8月底，中国的风电和太阳能的发电装机分别达到395个 G 瓦和505个 G 瓦。那么今年以来，我们风电、光伏的发电量 已经占到了总发电量的15%以上。这个比例呢，就超过了我们居民的用电量。这个比例还在不断的提高。我们在加快跨省跨区的大电网的建设。目前，我国西电东送的能力超过了300个 G 瓦。那么，通过跨省跨区的大电网，源源不断的把我们西北、西南地区的风电、光伏和水电输送到东部和南部的复合中心。三是大力开展绿色的技术创新。中国的风电光伏技术呢，现在是处于国际先进水平。100万千瓦级的水电机组自主设计能力也领跑世界，建成了全球首台超大容量16兆瓦的海上风机，现在已经成功并网发电。4是积极推进电力体制改革，加快电力市场建设。目前，中国市场化交易的电量占比已经超过了60%，也就是绝大多数的电量都实现了市场化的交易，促进了新能源的发展。第5是深化清洁能源的国际合作，打造了“一带一路”清洁能源伙伴关系和全球清洁能源合作伙伴关系，履行海外不再新建煤电项目的承诺。目前，中国海外的非化石能源投资远远超过化石能源，为全球能源转型和能源安全注入了绿色动能。最后，中国愿意同联合国亚太经社会和区域内的各国共同深化交流、分享经验，共谋合作，促进亚太地区的可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker, I would like to invite Professor Jeffrey Sachs to deliver keynote remarks on energy transition to achieve net zero target in particular for this region. Professor Sachs, provide keynote online.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all of the participants coming to you from California today. And I'm honored to be part of the third Asia Pacific Energy Week, and especially to follow the distinguished speakers from Indonesia and China, because my remarks build on those. My main point is the need for long-term energy transition plans at the country level and at the regional level. In other words, the multi-country level. These energy transition plans are needed because the transformation that is needed is not an incremental one of a modest shift from fossil fuels to hydrogen or to solar power, but a fundamental shift to eliminate almost all of the use of fossil fuels for energy purposes and to sustain the energy system with zero carbon energy, meaning renewables, solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, nuclear, and other zero carbon technologies. Since this transformation is so deep, it cannot be really driven by market forces mainly or by incrementalism. One requires a blueprint, and a blueprint that essentially stretches out a quarter century, because we should be at near zero by mid-century. The climate emergency is worse than was thought. the recent acceleration of warming is indicative of a far larger response of the climate system to the greenhouse gases, and we are going to need no later than mid-century to be at net zero. Now, the contents from a technological point of view of this transformation are now quite well understood. They all start everywhere with zero carbon power as the basis of the new economy. That zero carbon power directly will produce electricity for current electricity uses. It will produce electricity for transport, including virtually all light-duty vehicles becoming electric, and it will produce hydrogen and other synthetic fuels, so green hydrogen or green ammonia or other synthetic fuels for those parts of heavy transport, such as ocean vessels or aviation, or those parts of the industry that cannot be directly electrified, such as long-haul aviation or ocean shipping. So we need first a technology pathway at an accelerated rate, and then we need, of course, an industrialization strategy that goes along with that transformation, because the solar cells, the wind turbines, the electric vehicles, the batteries, and are going to require supply chains, strategic minerals, supplies of these components of the new energy system. And Asia will be the center of the world production of this new green energy. So strategies for industrialization go along with the strategies for the technological transformation. But, and this is a very basic and important point, these plans cannot be country by country, because it is intrinsic to this transformation that nations will have to cooperate with their neighbors. And this is because with renewable energy in particular, it is intermittent, it is imperfectly correlated across spatial regions, meaning that it makes a lot of sense to connect different reservoirs of wind and solar and hydro on a long distance grid that connects the neighborhood. And it's obviously the case as well when rivers are shared across multiple states, which is true of every major river system in Asia. We need cooperation of the riverine countries along that watershed in tapping the hydropower, but also in the ecological management and the sharing of water resources. All of this means that we need good regional cooperation in this transformation. And this has a strong political element, therefore. Groupings such as ASEAN are especially important, that countries work together. And of course, overcoming the Cold War divisions are crucial as well, because truly China, Japan, Korea, and Northeast Russia should be sharing a grid together. This is seen as, oh, impossible, we'll never do it. But in fact, this is the rational approach, and neighbors should be friendly with each other, which is perfectly possible. And I hope that the United States and others who see the world in divided blocks can learn to see the world in peaceful neighborhoods instead, and stop provoking the block mentality and provoke the neighborhood cooperation mentality. So this kind of regional cooperation, of course, defines spatially the transformation strategy, and we will need certainly regional cooperation, first across Eurasia, the whole idea of the Belt and Road Initiative, but specifically connecting Central Asia, connecting East Asia and the Pacific, connecting South Asia and Western Asia. So it's quite clear that within the ESCAP family, which is half the world's population, there will be regional programs of energy transformation. Maybe those regions will even connect into a global grid. This is not impossible and not unwise to make an even larger interconnected grid. Now, there are two initiatives that I think are tremendously important for this regional connectivity. One is the Belt and Road Initiative, which this week celebrates its 10th anniversary. This is an enormously positive contribution of China to the world. It is badmouthed, unfortunately, by the United States out of jealousy, I think, out of fear that it's such a good thing that in this rivalry, it should be badmouthed. But the Belt and Road Initiative is an extremely positive initiative, and it should build the green infrastructure for Eurasia, for Africa, for Latin America, and especially the interconnectedness across these countries. So I really want to salute the Belt and Road Initiative on its 10th birthday party this year. China has another initiative that is extremely important called GuideCo, GEIDCO. That is the Global Energy Interconnection Development Cooperation Organization. It is started by the China State Grid, but it now embraces countries all over the world. And so if you put GuideCo together, which makes actually engineering assessments of this interconnectedness, with the Belt and Road Initiative, which makes financing accessible and project preparation and design and implementation possible, these are two major contributions by China to the energy transformation, and they should be embraced. They should be embraced by South Asia, by Central Asia, by the broader Asia-Pacific region. And indeed, rather than competing with BRI as the G7 has announced or as the United States has announced, there should be cooperation of BRI with G7 institutions and programs, the so-called Partnership for Green Infrastructure and Investment, or for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII. And this is not a matter of competition. That's your motorway. This is our motorway. That's ridiculous. What we need is actually to cooperate across the building out of this large-scale infrastructure. So technology transformation, industrialization alongside that to build the supply chains for the new zero carbon energy system, lots of regional cooperation, and one more component that is absolutely clear that I've mentioned, and that is long-term finance. These transformations actually have high returns, but they are also long-term projects. We're building infrastructure that's going to last for 40 years or more. And the financing of this infrastructure should be similarly long-term. There have been countries that have borrowed for BRI, for the Belt and Road Initiative, that are in a liquidity crisis right now. The answer quite clearly is extend the duration of the loans for another 20 years. They were just too short-term to begin with, but a 30-year loan can finance a 30-year infrastructure project. And so we need long-term financing. Asia has many important official development finance institutions, the Asia Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, the new Development Bank of the BRICS countries based in Shanghai, major national finance institutions like the Chinese Development Bank. And I think that there is scope, incidentally, for sub-regional or regional green banks to be formed, for example, an ASEAN green infrastructure bank would make sense. In Latin America, we've seen the success of groups of countries coming together, for example, to form the Latin American Development Fund, or the CAF in the Spanish acronym. And that has given high quality finance available to countries without the highest credit ratings, but the bank has a higher credit rating than its member countries, so it's able to extend loans to its members on better terms than they would get if they themselves went to the marketplace. So I think that there is room for some new institutional finance mechanisms as well. Let me add that in addition to that, I do think it's time for Asia to create more robust central bank swap lines, more monetary cooperation, more settlements in non-dollar currencies. No doubt the renminbi will be a larger currency of denomination and currency of settlement in the future. Other central banks will need swap lines from the People's Bank of China in that eventuality. We can all recall back to 1997, to the Asian financial crisis, when there were not liquidity mechanisms within Asia itself. And that led to a dependence on the IMF, which came too late and with the wrong conditions to enable Asia to surmount a liquidity crisis. And it led to a very steep financial crisis in Asia that many of you will recall, and I very vividly recall. And so this signals the need for monetary institutions in the Asia region that are able to at least be complementary to the IMF or other global institutions. Finally, let me say that in addition to all of the mitigation challenges, the adaptation challenges will be enormous, because the climate change that is already in the pathway is enormous, and the damage being done by floods, by droughts, by heat waves, by massive forest fires, by extreme typhoons is very large, and it's going to get bigger. And that means that infrastructure needs to be protected. That means that water supplies need to be reinforced. That means that agriculture needs to be reformed also to protect nature. That means that projects for hydropower and others need to be absolutely environmentally sound and consistent with the adaptation agenda and the biodiversity protection under the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. So all of this is to say that we're dealing, unfortunately, with a very complex quarter-century long agenda. ESCAP deserves our tremendous admiration and praise for the excellent analytical work that ESCAP has been undertaking in this transformation. And the Asian countries need to work together. Friendly neighborhoods, cooperation, building on the wonderful Belt and Road Initiative, building on the concepts of energy interconnectedness, sharing the governance of the major riverways, whether it's the Mekong or the Irrawaddy or the Brahmaputra or the other transboundary river systems, because these need also to be managed collegially and on a regional scale. And let's remember the practical financing. And let's also at COP28 ensure that the rich countries honor even these minimal commitments of $100 billion a year, which is not very much, but has in which the high-income countries have so far failed. I personally believe they should pay a direct financial levy each year based on their historical responsibility for the damages that they have already put in place. And then we could not rely on voluntarism, but just have a normal tax, essentially, on CO2 emissions, reflecting historical responsibility, and building the financing base that's needed for this transformation. Let me end by saying the world depends on success in this effort. It's not a game. It's not a favor. It's not because Europe wants it or anyone else wants it. Asia is half the world population, the ESCAP members. It is half the world's CO2 emissions. It is extraordinarily vulnerable to the climate changes ahead. And therefore, Asia has an inherent, intrinsic, and I believe easily within its capacity, a leadership role within Asia and globally to make this work. And fortunately, Asia is the world's most dynamic economic region, the fastest growing, and a center of technology and of innovation. So you have the makings for success. And with the right plans and with the continued innovation and with the financing alongside, I'm sure that the transformation will succeed. Thank you very much for letting me share these thoughts with you.
Thank you, Professor Shocks, for your valuable and inspiring keynote speech. Now, next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Sergei Mokalnikov, the Deputy Minister of Energy of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, в этом году третий Азиатско-Тихоокеанский энергетический форум проходит в непростых условиях высокой турбулентности мировых энергетических рынков. Причинами избыточной волатильности на мировом энергетическом рынке является многолетнее недофинансирование в нефтегазовый сектор, влияние пандемии коронавируса, несбалансированная энергоклиматическая политика ряда ведущих экономик в целях форсированной декарбонизации, проинфляционная монетарная политика ряда развитых стран, а также противоправные односторонние ограничения. К сожалению, в последний год именно геополитический фактор стал определять развитие мировой энергетики, резко изменил основные положения энергетической политики ведущих стран. В этом контексте вопрос обеспечения энергобезопасности выходит на первый план. Достижение целей устойчивого развития номер 7, которые являются главным приоритетом глобальной энергетической политики, непрерывно связаны с укреплением энергобезопасности. Поэтому ее достижение считаем из основных приоритетов и предпосылок экономического восстановления, выстраивания в АТР устойчивых к различным потрясениям энергосистем, своевременного и полного достижения цели устойчивого развития. Российская Федерация уделяет особое внимание вопросам энергетической безопасности и выступает как надежный партнер энергетического сотрудничества в мире по всем его направлениям. Наши инфраструктурные проекты, в том числе и зарубежные, нацелены на то, чтобы способствовать выполнению целей устойчивого развития. Последовательно выступаем за деполитизацию энергетического сотрудничества, за эффективное и свободное от политического вмешательства функционирование энергетического сектора. Россия продолжает ответственно выполнять свои контрактные обязательства по поставкам энергоресурсов. Продолжаем работу по диверсификации экспортных поставок российских энергоносителей через ускоренное развитие транспортно-логистической инфраструктуры на востоке нашей страны. Для обеспечения нашего взаимодействия с другими странами видим необходимость в наращивании усилий для развития финансового и страхового обеспечения экспорта энергоресурсов. Речь идет в первую очередь о расширении расчетов в национальных валютах. С целым рядом стран уже полноценно работаем в национальных валютах. Россия продолжает свой путь к углеродно-нейтральному будущему в соответствии с национальными планами. Россия избрала свой приоритет достижения углеродной нейтральности до 2060 года, и мы уверенно продвигаемся к этой цели. С нашей точки зрения, природный газ должен играть ключевую роль в энергопереходе и реализации климатической повестки как наиболее чистое и доступное традиционное топливо. Растет выработка электроэнергии на возобновляемых источниках. Основные меры поддержки возобновляемых источников продлены до 2035 года. Это будет способствовать привлечению инвесторов в реализацию проектов строительства ВИЭ-генерации и в долгосрочной перспективе обеспечит увеличение доли низкоуглеродной генерации в общем объеме производства электроэнергии в России. Предлагаем дальнейшее развитие низкоуглеродной генерации на основе атомной энергии и гидроэнергии. В конце прошлого года в России утверждена дорожная карта развития высокотехнологичного направления. Это развитие водородной энергетики, которая стала единым документом развития отрасли и развивает собственные технологии. С учетом происходящих в мире изменений мы ведем работу по актуализации и пролонгации действующей энергетической стратегии страны до 2050 года, цель которой – качественно новое состояние энергетики страны. Документ отражает основные тенденции и вызовы развития мировой энергетики и ключевые задачи для развития российского топливно-энергетического комплекса в сфере достижений цели устойчивого развития номер 7, которые проходят красной нитью через весь документ. Страны СКАТа должны работать вместе, чтобы укреплять всестороннее сотрудничество, продвигать свое видение энергетического будущего, направленное на формирование равноправной, сбалансированной и устойчивой модели мирового энергетического развития. Только коллективными усилиями возможно переломить негативные тенденции, с которыми столкнулись страны СКАТа на топливно-энергетическом треке, и выйти на путь его устойчивого развития. Готовы активно работать вместе со всеми партнерами во имя достижений энергетических целей, установленных в повестке 2030. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you, Minister. I now suggest adjourning the morning session and resuming at 2:30 in this room, to begin with the country statements. Before closing the morning session, I understand that the Secretariat has some announcements to make. I invite the Secretariat to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I pass the floor to Hongpeng Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the Secretariat has communicated to all delegations prior to the forum on country statement, so we also will continue with based on this list of these speakers. And also the delegations wishes to make policy statement continuously in the afternoon, kindly submit a request form and the country statement. So after lunch break, then our conference officer in this conference room will be on duty. So if you want to send a request form, just send it to our conference officers on this side. So the speaking order can be organized accordingly.
Thank you to the Secretariat. The meeting is adjourned until 2:30. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, the afternoon session will commence shortly, so I do ask that you please take your seats. Distinguished delegates, the afternoon session will commence shortly. We please ask you all to take your seats.
Good afternoon. We are resuming the meeting. Again, before we continue policy statement, agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some information about the Zoom platform. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since some delegates are joining online, I just want to repeat this announcement about the online delegates and the participant joining us via e-conferencing platform, Zoom. So when you want to make an intervention, kindly click the raise hand icon on the control bar. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click join as a panelist on the pop-up screen and wait for the system to rejoin automatically. So click unmute the microphone and turn on the video and deliver your intervention. To avoid the audio interference, before speaking, kindly ensure to select the same listening language as you speak. If you speak in Chinese, kindly select Chinese as a listening channel. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly type the issue in the chat. Our technician will assist you shortly. So the Secretariat will be monitoring the chat in Zoom. However, the Secretariat kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions to be raised through your delegation by using raise hand icon only. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You want
Now, speaker is His Excellency Indika Anuradha Herath, State Minister of Power and Energy, Sri Lanka. You have the floor, please.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am delighted to represent my country at this Asia Pacific Energy Forum 2023 as the State Minister of Power and Energy of Sri Lanka. First of all, would like to thank you for my appointment as Vice Chairman of the Asia Pacific Energy Forum 2023 conference for the coming year. With the wake-up call of COVID-19 pandemic, it's well known that we have to transit from fossil-based to zero carbon to slow down the climate change. Among all efforts to mitigate climate change, decarbonization in the energy sector is of high priority. There it is invincible for all the nations to transit gradually from fossil-based fuel to renewable energy sources to mitigate the adverse impact of climate change. Being the dominant contributor for the global greenhouse gas emission, energy sector needs to be shifted from brown to green by promoting cleaner energy in future. You will all agree with me that we all have shared responsibility of signifying high priority to decarbonize the energy sector. It requires collective efforts to promote renewable energy and to implement energy efficiency measures, which may potentially achieve 90% of required carbon reduction. The entire world is energy transition. Together with the world, we are also being beloved by this gust of energy transition, and we all have to understand this and be prepared to get our system adjusted. Sri Lanka is committed to reach the target of 70% of electricity generation through renewable energy sources by 2030 and net carbon neutrality by 2050. Today, there are the two milestones that the energy sector in Sri Lanka is striving for. Therefore, in order to reach these targets, our energy generation is required to be flexible and high responsive to sustain variations of the renewable connected in high quantities, and it has to be strongly supported with energy strong storage system such as batteries and pump storage. Our transmission network needs to be flexible, smart and controllable. It requires intercountry or regional interconnection with prepare power flow control mechanism as well as transparent and equitable energy transaction price fixing modality. In this backdrop, I see Asia Pacific Energy Forum as a very useful platform where all regional countries can collectively achieve our energy goals. In this regard, the investment, technology transfer, shared experience and outreach program are essential components for which assistance of nations are required. Exchange of power among nations when the occurrence of shortage or excess of power. The interconnectivity of grids at border interface is an additional opportunity that could gain multi benefits, such as addressing supply shortages, earning export revenue, and enhancing domestic energy security for each nation. The proposed India-Sri Lanka interconnection in identified a few years ago to improving energy security and diversify the power generation. It is believed that this will providing greater flexibility to the power system in balancing the variable generation from renewable sources. ADB has been providing various forms of support, including technical assistance support for the studies. We are now looking forward to review the feasibility study, detailed project report, and its associated activities based on regulatory aspect, recent price and development on both sides, and looking forward to arrive at mutually agreed way forward. Today, energy security has become an integral part of national security. One cannot see the national security as a single aspect in the present world where the entire world is at an environmental crisis. Intervariable energy is closely coupled with these crises, and therefore energy sector is interlinked with the environmental, social and geopolitical paradigm of the world. Therefore, I wish to emphasize the urge of all regional countries to pay attention to this aspect and work collectively to ensure energy security in the regional and between regions. Today, their energy needs to be viewed through the lens defined by the paradigms of national security, environmental sustainability, social equity, and geopolitical consortiation. Energy sector optimization has to be carried out through this multidimensional approach through interdisciplinary analysis. This needs regional cooperation, inter-region cooperation. No single country will be able to ride through this mission single-handed. Regional cooperation are going to be the future way of planning and operations. I think that time has come. We need to maximize harmony and achieve collective prosperity through regional cooperation. I wish the objective of the meeting be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, I'm here on behalf of my delegation. I'm delivering my country statement now. Fellow ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaste. On behalf of the people and government of Nepal, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Royal Thai government, the Ministry of Energy, and ESCAP for hosting the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum in the beautiful city of Bangkok. I'm delighted to support the forum's theme, which is building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific. And I'm also thankful to the organizers for the opportunity to chair the session. Distinguished delegates, Nepal is especially vulnerable to climate change, and we are witnessing the troubling effects of melting mountain ice, resulting in glacier outburst floods. These floods impact downstream rivers, leading to inundation that disrupts irrigation, drinking water supplies, and energy generation. In response, Nepal has set ambitious goals aiming to achieve net zero emissions by 2045. We firmly believe that energy should be at the forefront of global development discussions, emphasizing the importance of research, policy, and action for a greener and cleaner future. Our NDC implementation plan further details our commitment, emphasizing clean energy generation, the adoption of electric vehicles, clean cooking practices, particularly electric cooking, and the transition to cleaner energy sources across various sectors. Distinguished delegates, Nepal has made a significant progress in increasing access to electricity in the last decade. Around 98% of the population has access to electricity through grid and off-grid solutions. And we aim to achieve universal access to electricity in the next 2 years. In the area of cooking, penetration of clean cooking solutions like electric cooking, biogas, and improved cooking stoves is taking fast pace recently. Also, we have launched Clean Cooking Solutions project this year with support from Green Climate Fund. Nepal's largest available renewable energy resources is hydropower, with the current installed capacity of around 3,000 megawatt. There is also a great potential for harnessing solar energy in Nepal. It is to be noted that Nepal's power system is hydro-dominated, where the demands are covered primarily by runoff river and peak runoff river. Nepal's complex mountains terrain and last mile connectivity challenges of grid solutions are needed to complement grid extensions. The abundance of renewable energy resources, including hydropower in Nepal, has the potential for nationwide electrification, energy transition, and enhanced energy security, along with the possibility of cross-border electricity trade. We believe that the cross-border electricity trade can have a massive impact on energy transitions in the region. Accordingly, progress has been made in the energy cooperation with India, Bangladesh, and China, and additional initiatives are also underway. Nepal recognized the urgent need for a clean energy transition in our energy sectors, as reflected in our policy roadmaps. The reliance on fossil fuel-based energy production, coupled with the escalating fuel and energy prices in the region, has been placing an enormous burden on our climate and environment. This unfolding scenario paints a bleak picture of our world. With the looming threat of increasingly frequent climate-induced disasters, these challenges can only be averted through robust action plans. To strike a harmonious balance in energy production and consumption, Nepal has wholeheartedly embraced the Energy Development Roadmap and Action Plan. In light, we have updated our energy sector roadmap and action plan. Our primary focus is to generate around 28,000 megawatt of power in the next 12 years. With a significant emphasis on hydropower and other renewable sources, in line with this, we have developed plans to upgrade our transmission and distribution infrastructure to facilitate power flow from generators to consumers effectively. This endeavor is essential to meet the growing domestic demands of our domestic and regional. Realizing the significance of harnessing clean energy resources, we recognize the need to mobilize both domestic and international public and private finance. In this journey towards a greener and cleaner future, we extend our heartfelt invitation to international investors and technological partners. Your investments, knowledge sharing, and contribution are invaluable in helping Nepal achieve its clean energy aspirations. Together, we can make a significant impact on our environment and build a brighter, more sustainable world for all. Distinguished delegates, Nepal will be in the state of net electricity surplus by 2025, then becoming a net exporter of power on round-the-year basis. Considering the current trend of annual electricity consumption growth rate, the country cannot consume the surplus power. Accordingly, Nepal has identified a good prospect of producing and supplying green hydrogen by utilizing the surplus power. Hence, we are actively working towards building conducive policy environment and introducing suitable initiatives for promotion of green hydrogen. Needless to say, meeting Goal 7 of SDG is that ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all is prerequisite to meeting all other goals of SDG. Hence, we need to make concerted efforts, build fruitful partnerships, and share our knowledge and experiences in the region and beyond. I express Nepal's full commitment to extend our cooperation with all the partners and stakeholders in all possible ways. But last but not least, firmly believe in building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific, which requires a shared vision. Finally, I wish the forum great success. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit. Thank you. Now, next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Kang Jae-nong, Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Korea. Is joining online, please.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon from Seoul. First of all, I would also like to offer my sincere congratulations on the third meeting of the Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. Regarding the goal of SDG 7, the Asia-Pacific region has made remarkable achievements so long as energy accessibility is concerned, but there still remain many challenges to clean energy transition. In this region, we consume more than 50% of global energy and emit 50% of global greenhouse gases. As of 2020, the proportion of renewable energy in final energy consumption in the region was only 12.5%. Consequently, improving the efficiency of fossil-based energy, reduction its share in total energy, and accelerating the transition to clean energy are the top priorities for achieving the SDG 7. In Korea, government is pursuing energy transition by expanding not only wind and solar, but also civil nuclear power and hydrogen. In addition, President Yoon Suk-yeol emphasized the importance of carbon-free energy at the United Nations General Assembly last September and proposed the formation of a carbon-free alliance. This aims to contribute to the global net zero by procuring 100% of electricity consumption from carbon-free energy sources by 2050 through actively utilizing sources such as nuclear power and hydrogen energy in addition to existing renewable energy. This CF Alliance is an open platform for a platform where anyone around the world can participate, and technological innovation and investments through it may be enjoyed across all Asia-Pacific countries. In accordance with this Indo-Pacific strategy announced last December, the Korean government is broadening cooperation in the region to support the achievement of SDGs in the areas of climate change, energy transition, and energy security. And it is deepening cooperation in particular for the expansion of clean energy such as hydrogen and nuclear energy. Korea also joined the international efforts to strengthen the global supply chain of critical minerals. Next month in Seoul, Korea plans to hold a global conference on battery recycling and critical minerals. As countries in the Asia Pacific make progress in energy access, we need to consider practical ways to link the regional power grid and energy supply chains in the long run. I would like to note in this regard that UN ESCAP expert working group on energy connectivity is actively conducting related research. Korea is also working with the UN ESCAP on a project in Northeast Asia, and the Green Power Corridor Roadmap, its second phase, is scheduled to be announced next month. In addition, we need to prepare for the near future of a clean energy supply chain connectivity. For example, we can work together to produce green hydrogen in countries where conditions are better for generating renewable energy, and then transport that green hydrogen to countries where it can be used to the utmost capability. We need to explore ways to connect the energy supply chain as well, including how to store, transport, and trade clean energy and secure a stable supply chain of critical minerals for each energy industries. The cost of clean energy production is lower than in the past, but still, the initial cost of investment is huge. As estimated by UNESCAP in 2019, an additional $1.5 trillion per year would be needed in the region to achieve SDG 7. This may translate into an additional $1 per day per person in the region, or 5% of GDP of the region, or 20% of GDP for all least developed countries. Therefore, if we are to achieve the SDG 7, we need to provide the financial support in the LDCs, and we must be able to induce private sector investments. In his speech at the United Nations General Assembly, President Yoon also vowed to expand Korea's green ODA by contributing an additional $300 billion to the Green Climate Fund, or GCF. Korea further plans to increase green ODA above the OECD DAC average by 2025, and to increase the GGGI core contribution to $12 million per year. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, the history of human development is in step with the history of energy use development. I believe that today's forum will facilitate dialogue and cooperation for a clean and sustainable energy transition. Korea will continue to expand its assistance. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. And now, next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Ro Philip Tushao, Minister of Public Works and Meteorological Services, Fiji. Video.
Distinguished Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Bolobanaka and greetings to you all. It is my pleasure to offer this statement on behalf of Fiji. I am grateful to UN ESCAP for inviting us to participate virtually in the third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. The theme of the third APF, Building a Secure, Sustainable and Interconnected Energy Future for Asia and the Pacific, captures many of the aspirations of countries in our region, including our aspirations from here in the Pacific region. Fiji, as an archipelago country, faces a very different context to its sustainable energy development compared to many countries in the Asia-Pacific region. We have a land area of 18,000 square kilometers and a total population of over 900,000. There are a total of 332 islands, of which 110 are inhabited. This presents challenges to the development and maintenance of energy infrastructure. These challenges are augmented by the fact that we are on the front lines of climate change, impacts from natural disasters, and rising sea levels. These are significant barriers to our economic and social development, including to our efforts to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The government of Fiji have made decisive moves to support the realization of SDG 7 targets. We have committed to ensure all Fijians have access to electricity. I'm pleased to say that at the last APF, which was convened in 2018, we have reached this milestone. More progress is made in expanding renewable energy and enhancing energy efficiency. We have increased the percentage of the population with access to clean cooking continuously over the recent years and crossed the threshold of 50% access. but there is much work to do in this area. We are pleased to have been among the first countries to work with ESCAP to develop the National SDG 7 roadmap. This analysis has led to concrete recommendations on how to bridge the outstanding SDG 7 gaps. We have used these to guide our energy national policy frameworks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this APF touches on interconnectiveness. While Fiji, like other Pacific countries, does not have the possibility of physical interconnection of our energy systems, there are other ways in which we can achieve a connected energy future. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Fiji is determined to play its role in the regional effort to secure a sustainable and interconnected energy future. We look forward to joining hands with you in these efforts. I wish the third forum every success.
Thank you, Excellency. Now we have next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Santosh Narnoha, Secretary of State for Electricity, Timor-Leste. You have the floor, please, Excellency.
Thank you for second opportunity. His Excellency Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As both small island development states and less developed countries, Timor-Leste has been facing challenges due to lack of human capacity, limited budget, policies, and guidelines for renewable energy, infrastructure and facilities to accelerate the renewable energy plan in all the territory of Timor-Leste. Although the government has established Timor-Leste Strategic Development Plan 2011-2030 to increase the percentage of renewable energy up to 50% in 2020. A half of it will only be implemented by 2030. Due to challenges as mentioned earlier. To overcome this problem, the government is committed to invest more in the development of the renewable energy sector by allocating the national budget and preparing human resources for the future. In this way, the government can fulfill the essential development progress of the renewable energy sector in Timor-Leste. Pre-feasibility studies have investigated the renewable energy potential for about 450 megawatt from wind, solar PV, and hydropower, which have not been fully utilized. The government of Timor-Leste has launched 100 megawatt of PV and battery energy storage system as an independent power producer in 2023. The current electricity access in Timor-Leste has reached 94% and 6% will be completed by the end of 2023. The modernization of distribution project is being prepared to improve the power feed reliability and stability. The ninth constitutional government led by His Excellency Prime Minister Sanana Gusmao is committed to continue to invest in renewable energy source to diversify the energy sector, reduce disadvantage electricity production costs, and protect the environment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Timor-Leste reiterates its commitment to continue endeavoring all policies and investment directed towards supporting renewable and clean energy, contributing to protecting our planet for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Now we have next speaker is Mr. Romeo Mikauta Taj, First Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, Georgia. Video, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Georgian government, I extend our sincere gratitude to ESCAP for the mutual beneficial cooperation. ESCAP serves as the foremost intergovernmental platform for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region. Our cooperation with ESCAP is utmost important because it covers crucial fields such as energy, sustainable development, connectivity, and many more. Those cooperation with ESCAP's energy division is particularly successful. The development of SDG 7 is crucial for the global energy transition. Transitioning to sustainable energy is essential for international society, promoting a low-emission economy by using clean energy sources efficiently. Georgia's energy sector aligned with the goal focusing on harnessing untapped renewable energy sources like hydro, wind, geothermal, solar, and biomass. We recognize the importance of renewable energy and energy efficiency due to their multifaceted benefits, including environmental sustainability, economic growth, energy security, and improved public health. When addressing SDG 7, it's worth noting that with ESCAP active participation, we have formulated the SDG 7 roadmap for Georgia energy transition pathway for 2030 agenda. This extensive document provides concrete suggestions and plays a crucial role in supporting Georgia's continuous energy reform. Besides that, I would like to highlight the importance of the report prepared by the ESCAP and the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development about electrification of public transport fleet in Georgia. Electrification of transport could be one of the options to achieve emissions reductions at the scale necessary to decarbonize transport. Indeed, electrification of transport could significantly reduce vehicle emissions in cities while also reducing dependence on fossil fuels imports from transport. Georgia is actively working to make its future more sustainable by setting specific energy goals outlined in the energy policy. These efforts are expected to have a significant positive impact on the environment. In conclusion, I would like to say that sustainable development play a crucial role in addressing some of the most pressing global challenges and fostering a world that is most just, prosperous, and environmentally sustainable. Each of us can contribute from making informed consumer choices to advocating for policies that promote secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future. Let each person take this path to a more sustainable world because it is the only path that leads to a better future. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the ongoing partnership with ESCAP in the forthcoming years.
Thank you, Mr. Rami. Now, next speaker is Mr. Tigran Melkonem, Head of Energy Department, Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure, Armenia.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, adhering to the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Goal 7 and the Paris Agreement, Armenia is making continuous efforts to have clean, reliable, sustainable energy sector which can play a major role in the transition to a greener economy. The main priorities for the development of green energy that will have significant impact on long-term deep decarbonization strategies are maximum and responsible use of renewable energy potential, possible realization of energy efficiency measures, development of nuclear energy that will allow to ensure energy security as well as reach the lowest level of greenhouse gas emissions, gradual liberalization of electricity market and development of regional cooperation. The vision is a basis for making all energy-related decisions, building relationships with neighboring countries regarding the energy sector, integrating into more global electricity markets. During the previous period, we have continued our activities toward implementation of Armenia's energy sector development strategy program up to 2040 and program on energy efficiency and renewable energy 2022-2030. We aim to increase the share of solar energy production to at least 15% by 2030. Currently, the potential of wind energy is being studied with the purpose of building with farms of small and systemic significance up to 500 megawatt. Pursuant to international trends, Armenia is also interested in the issue of development of green hydrogen. All sectors of the economy of Armenia have a great potential in the energy efficiency, including transport, industry, multi-department buildings, public buildings, etc. In view of regional cooperation, it is foreseen to foster and promote cross-border trading. And for this, currently is under development the project of the Caucasus Transmission Network, Armenia-Georgia 400 kV transmission line, and is under construction the Iran-Armenia 400 kV transmission line. Armenia is also interested to participate in Georgia-Romania Black Sea submarine cable project. The project is very important for us in terms of regional cooperation, and we will do everything to become a participant of this project. Transition to the new model of the wholesale market commenced on 2022 is a step forward, as it will increase competition, stimulate investment attraction, and development of interstate trade. Regarding the nuclear energy, the government stays committed to the policy to maintain nuclear power plant in the country's generation mix and will continue doing vital works regarding the nuclear power plant security. The construction of new nuclear power plant in Armenia are our main objective. Dear colleagues, hence until 2040, the Armenian power system will have the following disruption: self-sufficient and export-oriented, high reliability and equipped with the state-of-the-art technology, modern infrastructures generating annually around 12 billion kilowatt-hours electricity. The large regional power center linking the neighboring power systems and the common electricity market of the Eurasian Economic Union. Liberalized electricity market based on the best international models. Cost-effective and regional use of renewable energy sources in compliance with all environmental standards. Extensive conducting of energy efficiency measures, implementation of energy efficient technologies in the transition to the green and science-based economy. Successful development of nuclear energy. In conclusion, we extend our full support and diligence to share the all initiative of development and regional significance based on mutual interest. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Nabila Surya, Permanent Representative to ESCAP from United Kingdom.
Thank you. Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. I am delighted to be here on behalf of the United Kingdom. I would like to thank the UNESCAP Secretariat and the Royal Thai Government for hosting the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. The global transition to clean energy is essential to keep the Paris Agreement commitment of 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach, deliver Sustainable Development Goal 7, and meet global net zero targets. The UK recognises that more needs to be done to deliver SDG 7. Despite significant progress, the pace of the clean energy transition is uneven across Asia and the Pacific region, with an estimated 67 million people still lacking access to electricity. This is why, in this critical decade of action, we as a global community need to do more. Across governments, the private sector, financial institutions, and philanthropic organisations, we all must work together to accelerate the deployment of clean energy technologies. The annual renewal of the UN General Assembly's resolution on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all is an opportunity to further emphasise the importance of closing the energy access gap in a just and inclusive manner. We must do this by supporting developing nations to advance to cleaner and renewable energy systems. Zero and low carbon technologies such as renewables, civil nuclear, and low-carbon hydrogen, as well as rapidly expanding electricity grids and storage, will be key to accelerating the transition. Equally, we must ensure a secure, diverse supply of critical minerals and materials. We welcome the ministerial declaration's focus on accelerating the development and deployment of such technologies. However, greater ambition is required to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. A rapid transition away from fossil fuels, particularly unabated coal power, is crucial. At COP28, we must work together to ensure strong commitments on fossil fuels as part of a broader package to accelerate the clean transition. We are pleased to see growing calls to triple global renewable energy deployment and double energy efficiency by 2030, as achieved under India's G20 leadership this year. The United Kingdom is proud to play a role in supporting SDG 7, including our recent announcement of providing $2 billion to the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. This is a significant contribution towards our pledge to spend £11.6 billion on UK international climate finance. We would like to see Green Climate Fund support flowing quickly to high-impact projects in the region, supporting the ambitions, for example, of the Pacific Island nations to reduce their reliance on diesel imports and transition to affordable and sustainable energy sources. We all share responsibility to support countries in building resilient, diverse, and low-carbon energy systems. The United Kingdom looks forward to continuing to engage with partners in Asia and the Pacific region to progress our energy transition and energy access goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, next speaker is Mr. Oranon Chansri, Executive Director of International Affairs Division, Ministry of Energy, Thailand. Now, you have the floor, please.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Energy of Thailand, I would like to thank the UN ESCAP for the hosting the third ASEAN and Pacific Energy Forum. It is our pleasure to have this opportunity to share Thailand's policy statements to all UN ESCAP members today. Over the past year, Thailand has made remarkable progress in diversifying our energy mix by embracing renewable energy. Since last year, there have been huge investment opportunities in solar, biogas, and wind power projects. By announcing a call for proposal for 5,000 megawatts, it has propelled us toward a greener future, and our commitment to clean energy future and has yielded significant emission reduction. As we look ahead, Thailand is moving forward for more ambitious goal for NDC to be 40% in 2030, with international financial and technical support. We aim at increasing the target of renewable energy share in power generation to be 50% within 2050. At the same time, we improve energy efficiency in building, transportation, and industrial sectors by adopting advanced building energy codes, promoting zero-emission public transportation, and incentivizing the use of energy efficiency technologies. We plan to increase energy intensity reduction to meet the target of more than 40% in 2050 compared to the 2005 level. For sustainable transport mobility, Thailand is promoting the adoption of electric vehicles and battery storage systems to meet the total domestic production of CEVs 30% in 2030. We plan to achieve the target of 1.4 million EV production by several tax and non-tax measures and incentives for stimulating EV market. This will include providing cash subsidy and tax reduction for EV purchasing, providing subsidy for charging station investment, providing special excise tax rate and import duty exemption for BEV, preparing standards and regulations for applying for licenses, and developing EV data platforms. For battery industry, we set a goal to develop the battery industry to reach a 40 gigawatts hour gigafactory by 2030. More than 12,000 units of the fast charging station will be installed around the country. By providing excise tax reduction from 8% to 1% and providing subsidy at around 11 to 22 US dollar per kilowatt hour for battery manufacturing factories. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I am confident that the road ahead can be green with great success for the mutual benefit of our UN ESCAP members. Thailand is pleased to join hands with all partners to deepen our cooperation in energy security, sustainability, technologies, financial instruments, as well as trade and investment. I believe the concerted efforts of all UN ESCAP members will very much contribute to a resilient energy future of our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we have next speaker is Mr. Salman Kaim Khan, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Power, Pakistan. Now, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable representatives of all Asia and Pacific region, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, assembled and participating either directly or online. It gives me pleasure to share that the National Electricity Policy, followed by the Alternative Energy Policy and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Policy of the Government of Pakistan are clearly envisioning a solid line of action that is more consonant with its international energy commitments, and more specifically to the SDG Goal 7. The policies are underpinned to ensure universal access of electricity through a self-sustainable power sector, developed and premised on optimal utilization of indigenous resources through integrated planning, focusing on efficient market design that is affordable and environment friendly for the consumer. Its guiding principles are efficiency, transparency, competition, financial viability on evidence-based research and development, and ensuring environment responsibility. This is borne by the fact that 8.7 contribution to the emission reduction has been reported to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It gives me pleasure to share that Pakistan carbon footprint is only 0.9%. Pakistan is committed to adopting 60% renewable energy and 50% carbon neutrality by 2050. Pakistan invites from the ESCAP platform countries to assist and enable regional countries most affected by recent climate changes that pose great challenges in achieving energy security and infrastructure development through concessional financing and climate funding that reflect the principles of cooperation and solidarity, as reflected by our membership of organizations as CASA 1000, the CPAC Forum on Energy Projects with Iran recently. I share this with pleasure that as per its indicative generation capacity expansion plan, Pakistan has invested potential of $53 billion in power generation by 2031. This includes hydro power-based pipeline projects contributing to over 2.2 gigawatts of the total installed capacity. It gives me pleasure to share evidence of successful conservation measures which cover an investment potential of $18 billion in 5 strategic sectors of Pakistan economy, that is industry, transport, buildings, energy, and agriculture. Pakistan believes that to fully capture potential energy security, sustainability, and interconnection energy within the Asia and Pacific requires support, consensus building towards a regional energy strategy. Taking a holistic view based on long-term perspective, Pakistan identifies second focus areas in building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific. This includes energy access, energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy and environment, energy and economics, energy trade and investment, and energy connectivity, the whole purpose of our gathering here. This requires the Sustainable Development Agenda to be interlinked with regional energy priorities, and that can be best realized by continuous dialogue amongst member states with a view to enhancing energy security and working towards sustainable development. Pakistan calls upon countries under the ESCAP platform to provide support to the developing countries and most affected countries by the recent climate changes, which face the greatest challenges in achieving energy security and infrastructure development. And that we offer is through concessional financing and climate funding. So the principles of solidarity and cooperation increase to the mutual benefit of all the Asia and Pacific region. I thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you. Now, next speaker is Dr. Syed Masum Ahmed Chowdhury, Additional Secretary, Power Division, Ministry of Energy, Power and Mineral Resources Division, Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, Ministers, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure to be present here before this august gathering. With a sense of collective appreciation and responsibility, I present the country statement of Bangladesh, a nation set forth in its commitment to fostering a secure, sustainable and interconnected energy future for the Asia and the Pacific. Bangladesh, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has embarked on a transformative journey in the energy sector, marked by remarkable achievements and forward-looking strategy aligned with global sustainability goals. Our journey from 2009 to 2023 has been monumental, witnessing a surge in excess of electricity from 47% to a commendable 100%. Our installed generation capacity has robustly expanded to around 28 gigawatt, a testament to our unwavering commitment to meeting the nation's energy demand efficiently. In alignment with the global sustainability goal imperatives, Bangladesh has placed an ambitious integration of up to 40% clean energy, including nuclear sources, into its power generation portfolio by 2041. A significant stride towards its commitment is our plan to add at least 4 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2025. Our vision is illuminated by the principles of regional connectivity and cooperation. And we are ardently advocating for the creation of a green power corridor to bolster energy security and sustainability in the entire region. Our regional endeavors are marked by enhanced cooperation and strategic partnerships within the Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal BBIN framework, fostering cross-border electricity trade and mutual energy benefits. Bangladesh is currently importing up to 2.6 gigawatt of power from India, and we are on the threshold of importing 40 megawatt of hydro power from Nepal, hardlining a new era of translating cooperation in cross-border power trading. Our strategic roadmap is enriched with ambitious milestones aiming to elevate our generation capacity from 40 gigawatt by 2030 and soaring further to 60 gigawatt by 2041. This trajectory is complemented by a vision of import up to 7.7 gigawatt, underscoring our commitment to diversify our energy portfolio and enhancing regional energy security. Bangladesh is poised to be a gateway of the green power corridor between SAARC and ASEAN regions, advocating for stronger regional grid connectivity to harness and utilize the renewable potential for the collective betterment of all neighboring countries. Our initiatives are guided by comprehensive studies and considerations of technical, environmental, and social aspects to ensure the security, sustainability, and mutual benefits of interconnected grid system. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh stands united with the Asia-Pacific region in the pursuit of a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future. We are committed to fostering regional cooperation, strategic partnership, and policy harmonization to navigate the challenges and harness the immense potential of our collective energy landscape. Thank you all for my patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, next speaker is Ms. Michelle Sisson, Assistant Secretary, Bureau of International Organizations, United States of America. Video, please.
On behalf of the United States, it's an honor to join fellow member states at the Third Asian Pacific Energy Forum. Special thanks to Executive Secretary Alicia Bana for her outstanding leadership, and to the ESCAP Secretariat for their hard work in preparing this important event. We gather at a pivotal moment. Every day, we see how the stark realities of climate-fueled disasters affect communities around the world, from deadly fires in the United States to devastating floods in Libya. None of us are immune to the consequences of climate change. In this context, let me begin by stating unequivocally that the United States is committed to energy security and to a transition to clean energy as a component of broader efforts to combat climate change. The United States is also firmly committed to the 2030 Agenda and believes the Sustainable Development Goals are one of the most powerful vehicles to forge a better future, one without extreme poverty or hunger, where individuals have better health and education and can thrive in peaceful societies on a livable planet. But the reality is that we cannot fully achieve the SDGs if we don't aggressively tackle the climate crisis, which poses particularly acute environmental, social, and economic challenges for the Indo-Pacific region. The United States is fully engaged in achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which of course includes access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. The climate investment legislation that the U.S. Congress has passed in the last year, what we call the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, is projected to inject over $1 trillion in investment into this energy transition across the suite of clean energy technologies. The Inflation Reduction Act represents the strongest action on climate in U.S. history, making clear America's commitment to meet our ambitious 1.5 degrees Celsius goal under the Paris Agreement. In the United States, this commitment to energy transition is already paying dividends. We're seeing increased diversification of energy sources with growing investment, research and development, and capacity building, putting us on a path to achieve our climate commitments. And we are ensuring investment in renewable energy outside our borders through the U.S. Development Finance Corporation and as a partner in global multilateral financial institutions. We're also working with the U.S. Congress to quadruple our climate change financing to help developing countries reduce emissions and adapt to climate impacts. This year, we are confident that developed countries are on track collectively to mobilize $100 billion for climate action, both mitigation and adaptation in developing countries. The effects of this U.S. incentivized investment will be felt globally, dramatically accelerating the innovation required to make clean energy projects around the world sustainable and profitable. But to build a clean and energy-secure future, we must be willing to modernize our energy infrastructure, including curbing the construction of new coal-powered plants. Cleaner and less expensive alternatives to coal exist, including wind, solar, geothermal, and nuclear. These options are better for human health, better for the air we breathe, better for the water we drink, and will put us on a trajectory to achieving our climate goals. The world's existing coal fleet is a clear and present danger to us all. The International Energy Agency's analysis shows that if left unchecked, current coal emissions will keep us from the Paris Climate Agreement goal of limiting global warming to the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. The United States recognizes that we have an important role to play in providing alternatives to unabated coal usage. Last May, in Hiroshima, President Biden, with his Quad counterparts, issued a statement of principles on clean energy supply chains in the Indo-Pacific, which is designed to accelerate the region's clean energy transition and promote diverse, secure, transparent, and resilient clean energy supply chains. Working with Indo-Pacific partners, the initiative will facilitate research and development and feasibility study projects to lower clean energy manufacturing and deployment costs, enhance regional energy security, and expand and diversify the regional production of necessary materials and technologies. The United States is committed to a resilient and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. We look forward to working closely with UN ESCAP to accelerate opportunities for countries to transition to renewable energy. We can only address the challenges we face through collective action and cooperation. The United States is committed to working with our partners and through multilateral institutions, including here at UN ESCAP, to advance these critical, life-saving, clean energy initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, next speaker is Faustino Yarofaisuk, Assistant Secretary, Energy Division, Department of Resource and Development, Federated States of Micronesia. Please, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express the gratitudes of the Federated States of Micronesia for this opportunity to share our perspectives on building a secure, sustainable, and interconnected energy future for Asia and the Pacific. As we gather here today, our global community faces an unprecedented challenge: mitigating climate change while ensuring equitable and affordable access to clean, high-quality energy for all. The Federated States of Micronesia is deeply committed to the global effort for a sustainable future. While we have set ambitious targets aligned with the SDG 7 to achieve 100% electrification and 70% renewable energy penetration in our electricity generation mix by 2030, the challenge we faced are more than proportional to those faced by larger economies of the continental mainland or even the nearby larger islands. Infrastructure projects cost in the Micronesia are twice as much, if not more, on our island owing to logistical challenges, human resources constraints, small demand size, and non-existent country credit ratings. Similar size renewable energy projects that are auctioned at under 2 cents or 2 US cents per kilowatt in larger markets can't fetch anything in single-digit range on our islands. To achieve these important targets, the FSM estimates some $3 million in private and public investment in our Energy Master Plan. While our vision propels our commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development, we realize that our emissions account for a mere 0.0000042% of the world's total. Despite that, in our own small way, we are making significant strides toward a sustainable energy future, thanks to our development partners. We firmly believe that even the smallest actors can inspire substantial change and set a precedence for others to follow. However, our journey toward these noble goals necessitates a pressing need to strengthen our utilities, technical and financial health, and improving our regulatory capacity to create an enabling investment environment for both public and private investment. We acknowledge that putting infrastructure alone is not enough for the transition. We need to optimize the demand size as well. Through strategic initiatives and public awareness campaigns, we in the FSM aim to reduce energy waste, making every unit of energy count. Additionally, robust data collection is pivotal. Accurate data guides our decisions and helps with better studies, measure progress, and adapt our strategies for maximum impact. Our efforts also extend beyond the electricity sector. We are dedicated to cleaning our transport sector. We have started exploring avenues for electric vehicles and efficient public transportation system. Embracing sustainable mobility is a critical step toward reducing our carbon footprint. As we embark on this transformative journey, we understand the need for collective action. We urge the international community to appreciate the unique challenges faced by small island nations. By tailoring support to our specific needs, we can overcome obstacles and create meaningful change. Electricity in Micronesia remains among the most expensive in the world, and it continues to pose a severe constraint on our development efforts in other sectors, particularly in health, education, and micro and small enterprises. Sadly, these last mile connection and transition efforts are in fact the most difficult and the most expensive. Noting the scarce availability of grants, FSM remains open to private sector engagement, especially through public-private partnership and use of blended finance. This public and private partnership also helps strengthen our technical capacity, which is paramount to sustaining the momentum of our initiatives. For now, we may be prioritizing renewable sources like solar, wind, hydro, and battery storage, but we also recognize the potential of emerging technologies such as ocean thermal energy conversion, tidal energy, wave energy, and hydrogen fuel. These innovations, albeit in their nascent stages, holds promising for future and demand our attention and investment. Micronesia also offers itself to interested researchers in these areas. Furthermore, we continue exploring conventional sources like hydropower, mindful of time-consuming studies and meticulous planning required. Our energy policy, which is being revised, extends beyond the immediate future, encompassing a comprehensive energy strategy, which we also acknowledge the assistance of the ESCAP for developing FSM SDG 7 roadmap to focus and accelerate our efforts toward our 2030 targets that stands resilient in the face of evolving global energy demands, and by 2050, we want to achieve more than net zero. In conclusion, I reiterate Micronesia's commitment to a sustainable and interconnected energy future is unwavering. We stand at the forefront of change, demonstrating that with the right support, even nations with the smallest carbon footprint can lead the way. Thank you for your understanding and commitment to our shared cause.
Thank you. Thank you. Once again, I would like to remind to speakers to adhere to the time limit, 5 minutes. Now, next speaker is Mr. Lee Hu Phuc, Trade Counselor of Vietnam to Thailand, Head of the Delegation, Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here today to share about the energy transition and the fight against the climate change. We all know that the energy transition is the inevitable global trend to deal with the climate change. At the COP26 in the UK, November 2021, Vietnam has committed to achieve net zero emission by 2050. This is a political determination of shifting from the fossil to clean and green energy, reducing the greenhouse gas emission. It will place to us not only the opportunities, but also challenges in ensuring energy security. On December 14, 2022, Vietnam and the group of international partners issued a political declaration on establishing the Just Energy Transition Partnership, JEP. This aiming to accelerating the process of peaking greenhouse gas emission and transitioning from fossil fuel to clean energy. As a planet, JEP will mobilize 15.5 billion US dollars from the private sector and the governments in the next 3 to 5 years to support Vietnam's green transition process to achieve the following. First, accelerating the expected peak greenhouse gas emission deadline from 2035 to 2030. Secondly, reducing the emission from the power sector from 240 million tons to 170 million tons by 2030. Third is limiting the coal power capacity to 30.2 gigawatt from the expected level of 37. And last but not least, accelerating the deployment of the renewable energy so that it accounts for at least 47% by 2030, up to the current expected level of 39%. To achieve this, by this year, the government of Vietnam have approved the National Electricity Development Plan, we call Master Plan number 8, for period 2021 and 2030, vision to 2050. Over the last 3 years, renewable energy, particularly solar and wind power, has been strongly developed in Vietnam with about 16.5 gigawatt of solar capacity and 5 gigawatt of onshore wind in operation. The installed capacity of renewable energy currently accounts for 21.2% in Vietnam. Inheriting the recent strong development of the renewable energy, Master Plan number 8 aims to continue to sharply increase the proportion of renewable energy, such as onshore and offshore wind power, solar power, biomass, and other new sources of the new power structure. Therefore, Vietnam needs to mobilize a huge capital source to meet the demand of the power generation and grid transmission until 2050. It is estimated about 135 billion US dollar for period 21-30 and 400 billion US dollar for the next phase, 31 to 2050. Mr. Chairman, Vietnam is strongly urged to strengthen cooperation with international organizations and partners to promote the project in the field of energy transition. We hope that under ESCAP cooperation framework, they will have a suitable guide, effective policy coordination, especially in the field of the financial arrangement and capacity building, both in terms of policy making and project implementation. The success of the energy transition process will be essential for the success of the combating climate change and also the sustainable direction to build up the autonomous energy industry that can take advantage of strength and potential of available renewable energy sources. In that spirit, we expect to receive the effective cooperation with the international partner and organization. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. Now, next speaker is Mr. Kemson Tabde, Climate Diplomacy Coordinator, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Vanuatu.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Vanuatu is honored to provide its policy perspective on the future of energy, not just in our Asia-Pacific region, but globally. First and foremost, allow me to reflect that our climate system is fundamental to the continued survival of our communities, our livelihoods, our families, and even our lives. Right now, millions, if not billions, in Asia and the Pacific are suffering severe losses and damages caused by the use of fossil fuels which drive the climate crisis. Vanuatu's parliament unanimously declared the climate emergency based on the scientific consensus of the IPCC that fossil fuels sit at the very heart of this existential threat to our planet. Let me be clear, Vanuatu's policy framework identifies fossil fuels as the problem and they phase out as the solution. There is no clean fossil fuel, that is a lie, and perpetuating that narrative here or at home will cause the deaths of millions more people from climate disasters in the coming years. Vanuatu's revised and enhanced nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement commits to 100% renewable energy in the electricity generation sector by 2030. We will meet this target and more. The Vanuatu Energy Roadmap outlines the ambitious pathway by which renewable energy will substitute fossil fuels in all sectors where the technology exists and is available to our islands. The roadmap makes the financial, social, and environmental case for why Vanuatu is phasing out fossil fuels as the desired endpoint and not kicking the can down the road for another generation of policymakers. This approach is not unique to Vanuatu. The leaders of the Pacific Island Forum recently launched the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which clearly articulates that the transition to renewable sources of energy is paramount for averting the worst-case scenario of runaway climate change. Taking this mandate further, in March of this year, a seven-country ministerial dialogue in Vanuatu concluded with a portfolio call to action for a just transition to a fossil fuel-free Pacific. This is one of the strongest governmental statements on record, committing to, and I quote, an unqualified global just and equitable phase-out of coal, oil, and gas in line with the temperature goal of 1.5 degrees. The document highlights that opaque and ill-defined loophole language must be avoided, such as unabated emissions and inefficient subsidies. The policy direction is clear. We will achieve a Pacific that is finally free of the scourge of dirty, planet-killing fossil fuels. The Pacific Regional Energy and Transport Ministers made soon after the portfolio call was released this year and endorsed the ambition it contained. They acknowledged that implementation of this long-term aspiration is, and I quote, not immediate, no one-size-fits-all, and must be implemented in a nationally determined way. The Pacific Energy Ministers also made reference to the justice dimension of the transition away from fossil fuels, that those responsible for the carbon pollution and historical emitters must provide finance, technology, and capacity towards the decarbonization desired in the Pacific. Ministers also acknowledged the role of the Office of the Pacific Energy Regulators Alliance in the Pacific region in promoting the independence, professionalism, accountability, and visibility of electricity and energy regulators. Given its limited funding, ministers asked donors to urgently mobilize funding to support implementation of operations and provide assistance programs for regulators. Regulators are key in the Pacific fossil fuel phase-out. So in answer to the naysayers, which we know are many, the Pacific has demonstrated the necessary leadership on stating the end of the fossil fuel era. It isn't turning off the tap overnight, and it isn't dependent only on the technologies that exist today. But once we stop greenlighting and subsidizing fossil fuel projects that lock us into decades more of the bad, we can finally start putting our full and undistracted efforts into the good renewable energy systems that really do work for people and planet. So if Vanuatu and the Pacific Islands, now heavily dependent on fossil fuels, can master the political will and foresight to say enough, then so too can the entire Asia-Pacific region come to COP28 and negotiate an outcome that recognizes the inevitable fossil fuel phase-out that science and our future generations demand. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, next speaker is Dr. M. Sivaguru, alternate DPR of India. Now, you have floor.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank ESCAP for successfully organizing the 3rd Asian and Pacific Energy Forum. India's energy security strategy lays a strong emphasis on enhancing the use of renewable energy and ultimately achieving the country's net zero objectives by 2070. We are also of the view that the international community needs to forge a comprehensive partnership to harness new technologies, policies, financing mechanisms, and economic incentives for advancing the adoption of sustainable energy for future. Just a few weeks back, India's G20 presidency reiterated the need for implementing clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transitions, and recognizes that developing countries need to be supported in their transitions to low carbon emissions. In this regard, G20 high-level voluntary principles on hydrogen calls to build a sustainable and equitable global hydrogen ecosystem that benefits all nations. The launch of Global Biofuel Alliance is another major step to expedite the global uptake of biofuels through facilitating technology advancements, intensifying utilization of sustainable biofuels, shaping robust standard setting and certification. India remains steadfast in its commitment to combating climate change. Despite the adverse impacts of COVID-19, India has enhanced its climate ambition and embarked on a long-term strategy towards a low greenhouse gas emission development strategy by adopting a multi-pronged approach. The Just Energy Transition Plan is complemented by numerous policies intended to improve the ecosystem to deploy promising technological innovations like green hydrogen. The country has regularly updated regulatory standards and adopted policy-level interventions to support the development and adoption of new technology. India's progress on energy transition may be understood from the fact that it has enhanced its target for non-fossil fuel-based installed capacity to 50% in its updated NDC by 2030 as the initial target of 40% in India's first NDC has been achieved 9 years in advance. India recognizes that new technologies play a crucial role in the development of affordable, accessible, and adaptable solutions in areas of low carbon development, renewable energy generation, and climate protection. The solar energy has, in particular, great potential to increase energy access, foster economic development, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the region. Prime Minister of India, at the first Assembly of International Solar Alliance in October 2018, gave a clarion call for connecting solar energy supply across borders with the mantra of One Sun, One World, One Grid. Currently, 116 countries are part of ISA family, and ISA is also partnering with multilateral development banks, development financial institutions, private and public sector organizations, civil society, and other international institutions to deploy cost-effective and transformation solutions through solar energy, especially in the least developed countries and the small island developing states. The installed solar energy capacity in India has increased by more than 24 times in the last 9 years, and currently it stands at 67 gigawatt. India believes that access to low-cost financing, particularly for developing countries, is pivotal for accelerating the efforts towards energy transitions while ensuring energy access, energy security, affordability, and market stability. It is estimated that world needs an annual investment of over $4 trillion to achieve high share of renewable energy in the primary energy mix. The voluntary action plan for lowering the cost of finance for energy transitions, also prepared under India's G20 presidency, highlights best practices and risk mitigation strategies for low-cost financing solutions. India appreciates the efforts of ESCAP for strengthening cooperation for cross-border electricity trade in the Asia-Pacific region to take advantage of significant benefits from greater regional coordination in improving energy access. To facilitate cross-border trade of electricity, Government of India issued guidelines recently allowing export-import of electricity through Indian power exchanges and transmission of power between neighboring countries using Indian grid. India believes in the strength of regional cooperation as a means to achieve our common goals of energy security, sustainable energy, and action against climate change, and reaffirms its commitment towards the effective implementation of 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We finished the member country's statement. Now, next speaker is Leung Chung-Ang Billy, Assistant Secretary, Sustainable Development for Environment and Ecology Bureau, Hong Kong, China, Associate Members.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. It is my honor to share Hong Kong, China's work on promoting sustainable use of energy. The Hong Kong SAR government has set ambitious and progressive targets to align with our country's commitment to peak carbon emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. Our targets are to cut our carbon emissions by half before 2035 as compared with the 2005 level, and achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. It has been a long-time mission of the Hong Kong SAR government to maintain Hong Kong, China as an international financial, trading, and logistics hub with good quality environment. As a service-led economy that almost relies entirely on external energy supplies, Hong Kong, China attaches great importance to regional collaboration for providing reliable and safe energy supply at reasonable prices, which is the key to our economic development and also our journey to the carbon neutrality. To provide a cleaner, more reliable, and also diverse energy supply, Hong Kong, China has developed and constructed a new offshore liquefied natural gas terminal, which has recently commenced operation in July 2023. The power companies will be able to purchase LNG from the international markets directly, which will help relieve the pressure of tariff increase and also enhance the energy supply reliability. The floating storage and regasification unit vessels, named Bohemia Spirit, is also the world's largest offshore LNG terminal to receive, store, and regasify LNG. To further decarbonize the power sector, the Hong Kong SAR government has also set a target to increase the share of zero-carbon energy in the fuel mix to around 60% to 70% before 2035. Like many metropolitan cities, Hong Kong, China has relatively modest potential for developing large-scale zero-carbon energy projects due to geographical and environmental constraints. Currently, zero-carbon nuclear energy imported from the mainland of China accounts for about a quarter of Hong Kong's China's fuel mix for electricity generation. In order to meet the future needs of zero-carbon energy, we are planning the construction of large-scale electricity facilities for receiving and processing electricity transmitted to Hong Kong, China from other regions. It will help Hong Kong, China achieve the interim decarbonization target to reduce carbon emissions by half and help stabilize electricity tariff in the long run. Hong Kong, China has also been promoting the development of green transport and already witnessed notable results. More than half of our city's newly registered private cars in 2022 are electric vehicles. As for commercial vehicles, we will conduct trials of new generation electric taxis, as well as hydrogen fuel cell electric double-stackers and heavy vehicles. We also target to introduce about 700 electric buses and 3,000 electric taxis by end 2027. We also target to seize new registration of fuel-propelled and hybrid private cars in 2035 or earlier. Hong Kong, China plays a vital connecting role between our nation and also the world under the one country, two systems principle. With a simple tax regime and business-friendly environment, Hong Kong, China is a perfect gateway for foreign business to access to the mainland market. Leveraging the position as a highly connected international city with strong connections with the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, the Hong Kong SAR government will continue to work closely with the industry and stakeholders to promote green transformation and achieve our decarbonization targets. The challenges of achieving carbon neutrality ahead demand solidarity of purpose and also actions. Our future lies not in any single jurisdiction, but in our united resolve to build a sustainable future for generations to come. Hong Kong, China will continue to build a cleaner and more resilient energy future through open collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, next speaker is Dean Aral, Senior Microeconomist from Cook Islands.
Thank you, Chair, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to ESCAP for arranging the third Asia-Pacific Energy Forum. I'm pleased to be speaking for the Cook Islands. We're a small group of 15 islands in the South Pacific with fewer than 20,000 people living on it. Our islands are spread over more than 1,000 kilometres of ocean from north to south, and some are remarkably remote with access only available by boat. For a long time, electricity was not always available to all Cook Islanders. However, in the past decade, we have made good progress in delivering reliable, sustainable and modern electricity to all our islands. With the assistance of donor partners, as well as our own funding and expertise, all of our smallest islands have installed combined battery and solar power plants with diesel generation backup. This has given those smaller islands reliable and continuous power for the first time. This is a strong achievement, yet more work is needed on our larger, more populated islands. Those two islands with still have less than 20% renewable energy provision, with the majority provided by diesel generation. It is our priority to move to a more renewable-dominated electricity system, reducing our reliance on diesel. However, delivering these changes is not only a question of money, but also of capability. Our electric utilities are small. For example, on Rarotonga, our largest island, our utility has only 50 staff members. These low numbers of staff means our capability to deliver these sorts of projects is limited. Technical assistance is as valuable as financial assistance, particularly as we do not have the benefits of physically interconnecting our electric systems with neighbouring states. Therefore, we, like other Pacific Islands, rely on other forms of connection. For example, the Cook Islands and many other Pacific states are members of OPRA, the Office of the Pacific Energy Regulators Alliance. OPRA helps all of our member states to collaborate and enhance our regulatory decision-making and our technical capacities. This is particularly important as the Pacific states move towards universal provision of electricity in more renewable electric systems. OPRA has recently been supported by the Asian Development Bank to increase capacity amongst our energy regulators to support the transition to renewable electricity systems. The support has been crucial to improving the performance of our energy regulators through training all members as well as country-specific assistance. However, this assistance is ending at the end of the year, and OPRA wants to continue and build on the good work undertaken to date. We're looking for other potential partners who might wish to offer any assistance in preparing our energy regulators for a new world of reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy in the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, next speaker is Priyantha Vijaytunga, Senior Director, Energy Sector Office, Asian Development Bank, non-member states from.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delivering this statement on behalf of the Asian Development Bank. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to ESCAP for inviting ADB to be present and actively participate in this meeting. We at the Asian Development Bank have been aligning our strategies and operations towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and our members contributing to fulfillment of the Paris Agreement. Playing a crucial role in all this is energy. ADB believes that energy security, sustainability, and interconnection are essential to realize the vision of prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. ADB, all its sovereign operations, and ADB's solely sovereign operations, 80% of non-sovereign operations are fully aligned with Paris Agreement from June this year. All non-sovereign operations will be fully aligned by 2025. Of the 5 principles, the first principle in our 2021 energy policy and energy sector policy directional guide is securing energy. The realization of modern, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for all requires balancing supply and demand, optimizing the use of both conventional and new fuel sources, and considering various socio-economic environmental conditions of ADB developing member countries. We have identified priority activities for securing energy that include supporting electrification programs, promoting cleaner cooking, heating and cooling, improving energy efficiency across supply and consumption chains, and promoting social inclusion, gender equality, and partnerships. Regional energy cooperation and energy systems integration play key roles in ensuring energy security and interconnection. They increase cross-border access to clean energy sources. Also, rapid expansion of renewable energy capacity entails strong, resilient, and flexible transmission and distribution systems, wherein ADB has been placing, on average, almost half of its energy sector investments annually. Energy storage, which ADB has been exploring in recent years, is also essential for better management of variability and increasing reliability. Energy sustainability can only happen with low-carbon energy transition. Based on the region's emerging needs, ADB is focusing on 4 Ds: decarbonization through decreasing energy intensity, digitalization, and decentralization. Energy has been important in ADB's energy transition as the climate bank of Asia and the Pacific. Energy has contributed to 20% of ADB's total lending during the last 10 years, about 50% of which is directly attributable to climate financing. Energy will continue to play an even bigger role with our aim to invest 100 billion of cumulative climate finance by 2030. with at least 75% of ADB operations supporting climate action. ADB will continue to play its significant part as a major player in sustainable energy sector development in Asia and the Pacific region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Nuki Age Uttama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon. As we share the same value on the importance and necessity of cross-border power grid in advancing economic integration, addressing energy security challenges, and pursuing sustainable development, today I stand before you to shed light on the path of regional power interconnection in ASEAN. The energy landscape is evolving, and we have set ambitious goals as a collective of nations under the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, and we envision a significant milestones reaching a 23% and 35% share of RE in total energy mix and in installed power capacity, respectively, by 2025. It is a vision that underscores our commitment to a sustainable future. And now, let's take stock to where we stand. According to the last Power Development Plan, PDP, of ASEAN member states, ASEAN is poised to reach a commendable 39% RE share in our power installed capacity by 2025, which will surpass our APEC aspirational target. And based on our updated findings under the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study, or APEF3 Phase 1 and 2, Member State updated PDP provides a promising outlook with a projected 52% share of RE in the future power mix. While this figure is 7% less than the ambitious high RE target scenario of APEF3 or Interconnection Master Plan Studies, which projected could reach approximately 59%. It speaks to ASEAN commitment for transforming into more sustainable energy. And under this updated scenario, ASEAN foresees 44.5 gigawatt of solar and 14.3 gigawatt of wind capacity by 2025, and even higher growth towards 2040. And the findings conclude that the current commitment of member states bring the region on track towards achieving its target by 2025 and even aiming for a higher target towards 2040 timeframe, and foster a greater collaboration to progress the establishment of the ASEAN power grid. This also still echoes our previous APEF3 finding that strengthening regional interconnection to unlock greater VRE utilization is prominent to achieving the aspirational regional RE target by 2025. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the LTMS PIP has served a successful pilot that has provided up to 100 megawatt of hydropower from Laos PDR to Singapore. And in the last 41st AMEM, the last August joint declaration welcomed the BIMP, or Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines PIP to solidify the progress over the past decades, such as Trans-Borneo Power Grid, Sarawak West Kalimantan Interconnection Project, and also Sabah Sarawak Power Interconnection Power Exchange Agreement on August 2021. And advancing regional interconnection, it is prominent on our agenda, and it is a critical piece of the puzzle that we must prioritize. Interconnection is not just about transmission, numbers, and statistics. It is about building bridges between nations, forging partnership, and working together to create a more sustainable energy future. It is a testament to regional collective commitment to a greener and more interconnected ASEAN community. And we would like also to echo that we do have some capacity building involving youth activities interregionally or within region. So we really hope that in the future, the youth also will be part of these activities in terms of the interconnection. So to that, I'm conclude my intervention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Prasoon Agrawal, Deputy Head of Secretariat, Clean Energy Ministerial, CEM.
Thank you,
Now-
Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me first thank UN ESCAP for inviting Clean Energy Ministerial to the 3rd Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, co-hosted with the Ministry of Energy of Royal Thai Government. As we gather to take stock of progress made in achieving SG7 in Asia-Pacific region, the deliberations during several sessions over this week and the country interventions during ministerial plenary today make it very clear the world is neither on track for achieving the 1.5 degrees C target set by the Paris Agreement, nor on several of the SDG7 goals. And we are hopeful that the 3rd APEF ministerial declaration tomorrow will set a high-level ambition for the next 5 years to help mobilize concerted efforts for supporting Asia-Pacific energy transition, with UN ESCAP providing its continued leadership and convening power. To set the context, let me also highlight a key message from IEA's just released Net Zero Roadmap that is very relevant to our discussions here. International cooperation is pivotal for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Making net zero emissions a reality hinges on a singular, unwavering focus from all governments working together with one another, but also with businesses, investors, and citizens. All stakeholders need to play their part. We at the Clean Energy Ministerials are ready to play our part, and let me briefly share how. Distinguished delegates, launched in 2010, the Clean Energy Ministerial brings together a powerful community of world's largest and leading countries, companies, and international experts with a single mission: to accelerate clean energy deployment. Collectively, today, 29 member countries, including European Union, account for $1 trillion of clean energy investments, representing 90% of all energy transition investments worldwide. 90% of world's installed clean power generation capacity, a vast majority of public R&D in clean energy technologies, and the net zero pledges from SEM members encompass 75% of global emissions. This truly represents a formidable coalition of first movers and doers, including several countries from Asia-Pacific region, who are leading on the global energy transition and also ready to inspire others through experience sharing and capacity building. SEM has a rich portfolio of 21 initiatives and campaigns that work around the year to address technology gaps and accelerate deployment across the broad spectrum of clean energy priorities. Let me give you 3 concrete examples. Our work on industrial decarbonization is enabling governments to frame green public procurement strategies and establishing standards, while governments participating in the SEM Hydrogen Initiative are setting collective ambition for facilitating hydrogen trade. As a key outcome from the recent SG's Climate Ambition Summit, at COP28, we'll be formally launching a new initiative on deploying grid-scale battery storage, which is critical for achieving the tripling of RE ambition. The platform emphasizes practical action, and it does this through a bottom-up choose-as-you-like model. It is an opportunity to scale impact without negotiating text, as you don't need unanimous consensus in the SEM. And importantly, participation in SEM initiatives is open to non-member countries as well. Dear colleagues, in closing, the SEM workstream portfolio are ready-made action coalitions for implementing ambitions set by political processes such as COP, G7, G20, and we strongly believe that the high-level priorities identified in the 3rd APEF ministerial declaration could also find vehicles for delivery through some of the SEM initiatives. On behalf of the Clean Energy Ministerial, I want to express our commitment to work closely with UN ESCAP and all partners to support an ambitious action agenda for the region. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Dario Liguti, Director, Sustainable Energy Division, UNECE.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first thank you, ESCAP, for inviting cousin or sister commission to this important event. We are a critical turning point. Our region in UNECE, which encompasses North America, the whole of Europe, Russian Federation, Central Asia, Turkey, and Israel, has become the focus of geopolitical conflicts and extreme climate events, heat waves, forest fires, and floods. This summer, heat waves created new temperature records across our region. Same trends are sadly being experienced across the Asia-Pacific region too. Unless we decide on a balanced and integrated approach to solving these multiple crises, we are on a trajectory to jeopardize the well-being of societies and the planet's future. I firmly believe that collectively we can change that trajectory. Energy is critical to supporting peace, cooperation, economic and social development, and quality of life in our region and beyond. At UNEC, together with our expert community, we have found clear pathways for policymakers to attain resilient and carbon-neutral energy systems. Energy efficiency improvements, renewable energy deployment, low-carbon technologies, hydrogen, and integrated and sustainable management of natural resources, with a focus on just transition and youth engagement, are all part of the solution to attain carbon neutrality. Our strong collaboration with ESCAP on energy connectivity between countries and regions, and on sustainable resource management of critical raw materials for the energy transition is an example of how together we can learn from each other best practices and work together towards global goals. The time is now for all of the Asia-Pacific and UNECE region to join forces to implement policies necessary to design and build resilient energy systems that provide reliable and affordable access to energy, enhance quality of life and economic growth, and minimize the overall environmental impact of the energy sector. UNECE stands to collaborate with ESCAP and jointly support these efforts. We're looking forward to working with this community on this timely and important mission and help member states across our regions accelerate energy transition and build resilient and carbon-neutral energy systems. I thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much. Now, next speaker is Mr. Srinivasa Popuri, Chief UN Habitat Bangkok Program Office and Deputy of Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, UN Habitat.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, on behalf of Undersecretary General and Executive Director of United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, I'm grateful to ESCAP for inviting us to this eminent forum. Now more than ever, the average household in Asia's demand for electricity and energy has put immense strain on existing grid infrastructure budgets. Asia is also rapidly urbanizing. Since 1960, energy demand per person in China has increased 13-fold, while the populations in countries such as India and Singapore has nearly tripled or quadrupled in the past 20 years. Today, there are more low-carbon solutions that can be applied to change the dependency on traditional energy sources like fossil fuel. Asian countries are manufacturers of most green technologies, yet the economic dividends are not being transferred to consumers in the communities at the local level. We have some way to go before achieving parity or at very least reliable and affordable access to energy. Collectively, in the Asia-Pacific region, there is still more work to be done. We need to face down fossil fuel and adopt more greener technologies and practices. We also need to sensitize our communities and the people and encourage change in mentality in the consumption. We need to take and make more use of ICT in cities and reduce the carbon footprint of the cities. And most importantly, we will need courageous leadership and heavy economic investment from everyone in the years to come. UN Habitat is a member of UN Energy, supporting system-wide collaboration on energy. Through this mechanism, our key role in this collaboration has been to ensure the energy concerns of cities and other built environment are taken into consideration in formulating any of the national policies around urbanization. We are also working with the local governments to help develop bankable investment projects on clean energy in cities. In doing this, we help promote low-carbon built environments, including green buildings, electric mobility, eco-neighborhoods, sustainable and smart cities, and so on. UN Habitat also partnered with the Global Energy Interconnection Development and Cooperation Organization, GEDCO, which headquarters in Beijing, China, to promote global energy interconnection to meet the global demand for electricity in a clean and a green way. Distinguished colleagues,
Recalling 50% of the global carbon emissions come from Asia. We need to decarbonize Asian cities and buildings if we are to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. Asia is now at a critical juncture in the face of urbanization, climate change, and planetary health. In balancing the load and the distribution of energy, we must also rebalance the access to energy to the most marginalized in our society, moving from grid-centric planning to more people-centric sustainable development. UN Habitat stands ready to assist cities together with UNESCAP in these endeavors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, we finished statement of member countries, associate members, non-member states, United Nations offices. This brings us to the end of the proceeding under Agenda Item 2. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now take up Agenda Item 3 on review of the work of Committee on Energy. The document pertaining to this agenda item is SCAP/APEF3/5 on the review of the work of the Secretariat on Energy since the third session of the Committee on Energy. The forum's consideration of this agenda item will begin with the presentation from the Secretariat with a summary of the activities carried out by SCAP in support of the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 7 since the third session of the Committee on Energy held in 2021. Then the floor will be open for interventions. Secretariat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good opportunity for the Secretariat just to brief you about the summary of the work done by the Secretariat since the third session of the Committee on Energy, which was held in Bangkok and online from 24th, 26th February 2021. So I think through this update, I just want to seek your guidance and also seek your advice how we move forward. And we also want to just report about the progress made in the following up to the outcomes of the second Asian Pacific Energy Forum and also in the overall sub-program on energy from UNESCAP. So during the reporting period, the Secretariat focused on developing analytical studies on key energy trends. So the Secretariat also support different countries and support different capacity activities, including national and regional workshops, capacity building sessions, and policy dialogues, and also issuing different kind of publications and technical report to facilitate the achievement of SDG 7. So I will start with the briefing of the experts working group under the committee. Can you move to next slide? Yeah. So as you know, under the Committee on Energy, there are two experts working groups established. The first one is an expert working group on universal access to modern energy services, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and the cleaner use of fossil fuel. So there are 5 sessions organized, focused on different kind of issues and those perspectives about the development of SDG 7 at the regional level, also at the country level. So I just listed a number of these, the details of these meetings, and also you will find this in the document in front of you. I will not go to each of these sessions, the meeting in detail in terms of the saving time. And the second expert working group is on energy connectivity. So that is also the body, the mechanism to provide guidance and advice for the Secretariat to move forward
to support member countries' initiative for the development of the regional roadmap on power system connectivity and also implementation of the strategies included in the regional roadmap. So in terms of supporting the member states to develop their national roadmap, which was also mandated by the second Asian Pacific Energy Forum, so to support the member states at the request to develop the national SDG 7 roadmap. So as we already shared the information in different documents, including this background document, there are 16 countries have already completed or ongoing the development of the national roadmaps. So from the Secretariat side, we mainly to support the tool we call the National Energy Expert Planning methodology, which is a modeling exercise to support the scenario analysis for different kind of different kind of energy resources, and also to meet the target like SDG 7 by 2030. Also, your own countries nationally determine the contributions under the Paris Agreement. So that provided the basis for long-term planning and how you achieve this SDG 7 and also even go beyond the SDG 7 until 2050. So that is where we supported the countries to develop a national roadmap and also subnational roadmaps. This is the detailed number. 9 national roadmaps already completed. There are 7 national roadmaps under development and also 8 national energy transition plans developed. 1 subnational energy transition plan is under development. So there are also additional areas of the work under the committee. One is a cleaner use of fossil fuel. It's mainly to focus on natural gas as the transitional fuels to achieve low carbon development. And secondly is the electrification of public transport, which is mainly to support Indonesia and Thailand, the initiative to explore the technological and the commercial capabilities of electric vehicles in public transport sector. And also finally promoting climate-friendly and energy-efficient cooling. This also through the development of National Cooling Action Plan. And as we did this in Cambodia, in Vietnam and Indonesia. Also pilot demonstrations in Cambodia, it's mainly focused on passive cooling strategies to lower energy and demand and also the emissions. So in addition to that, as a knowledge support, and we also contribute to the UN Energy's work at a global level. As you know, every year at the high-level political forum, there's a policy brief from all the from members of UN Energy to brief the government member states about the progress of SDG 7 and focus on this target of SDG 7 and also progress in different regions. So ESCAP mainly contribute about the policy brief for Asia and Pacific. At the same time, we continue to improve our Asia Pacific Energy Portal, which provide useful data and policy information and also the user-friendly for all the public users and to use this information. So we will continue to improve this Asia Pacific Energy Portal, and also hope we will hear your feedback. If you have any comments and good suggestions, just feel free. And we want to make this it's a really user-friendly and also covers as much as possible data and policy information from this region. And through this brief to the member states, I really look forward and your guidance and advice how we move forward and to support the member countries on the energy division, on the energy transition, and also to accelerate the implementation of SDG 7 and also finally the energy transition target. I thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to the Secretariat for the information. The floor is now open for interventions. The first speaker is Ms. Liu Jianshu, Assistant Permanent Representative of China to ESCAP from China.
谢谢主席先生。各位代表，能源合作是 ESCAP 的重点合作领域。第3届能源委员会会议以来，各国在 ESCAP 秘书处支持下，积极深化地区能源合作，促进地区能源转型，加快实现可持续发展目标期。中方对此表示肯定。2021年以来，中方积极参与 ESCAP 能源领域合作。中方发挥能源互联互通专家工作组主席国的作用，推动开展政策沟通与经验交流。中方通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展地区电力系统互联互通合作，保障能源电力清洁、安全、经济、高效供应。中方持续深化同地区国家能源合作，打造亚太经合组织可持续能源中心、中国东盟清洁能源合作中心等能源合作平台，加快推进跨境油气管道建设，同俄罗斯、蒙古等7个国家开展电力互联互通项目，促进共同发展与共同繁荣。当前，亚太面临气候变化等挑战，能源安全面临威胁。ESCAP 应积极推进地区能源治理，构建健康、稳定、可持续的国际能源市场，推进能源基础设施建设及安全，维护好共同的能源安全。应促进成员的团结一致，践行真正的多边主义，加强成员国的政策协调对话，反对非法单边制裁及所谓的脱钩断链，反对排他性和歧视性小圈子，维护供应链的可靠性、可持续性和稳定性。应推动地区的务实合作，在应对气候变化、加快能源转型、促进电力能源互联互通等领域加强统筹协调，加强对发展中国家的资金与技术支持，共同落实好2030年可持续发展议程。中方愿同各国一道，深化各领域务实合作，共同维护地区和国际能源市场的稳定和能源安全，推动落实2030年可持续发展议程，促进能源电力合作和气候变化应对，共建清洁美丽的世界。谢谢。
Thank you so much. Thank you, China, for your statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now proceed to agenda item 4, other matters. Before I open the floor for any other matters, let me report to you on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representatives of members to the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, in accordance with Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The Bureau of the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum examined the credentials of representatives of 42 member states submitted in accordance with Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar and in line with General Assembly Resolution 396B of 14 December 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly at its 77th session. May I take it that it is the wish of the forum to take note of the report of the Bureau. I see no objections. It is so decided. On this note, I adjourn this meeting. We shall reconvene at 1 o'clock Bangkok time, tomorrow Friday, 20 October, for the adoption of the ministerial declaration and the report of the forum. I would like to remind all delegations that the agreed draft text of the ministerial declaration is already posted on the website of the forum. Before we adjourn this session, I understand that the Secretariat has an announcement to make. Please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. It is my pleasure to inform you that the Ministerial Declaration is now available on the Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, or APEF, website. The draft report is expected to be ready for your perusal at 12 o'clock tomorrow on the website and to register delegates by email. The consideration of the Ministerial Declaration and draft report will take place during Agenda Item 5 tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Kindly note that the link to access the meeting through Zoom tomorrow will be the same as today. However, the link for the YouTube broadcast tomorrow will change, but it will be made available on the APEF website. Delegates who join via Zoom are welcome to join 30 minutes prior to the session beginning for connection testing. I would also like to inform the participants on a hybrid side event organized by the Secretariat tomorrow, titled Aligning Power System Connectivity and Sustainable Development, the Green Power Corridor Framework, which begins at 10 a.m. and is located in Meeting Room A and online. The Secretariat kindly asks delegations to fill in the evaluation survey to reflect on the organization of this forum and recommend actions to improve our future meetings. The form will be made available for you today and tomorrow. Kindly return to the Secretariat at your earliest convenience before closing of the forum. For delegates joining online, please find a survey link on your screen to access the form. And finally, the Ministry of Energy of the Royal Thai Government, as a co-host of the 3rd Asian and Pacific Energy Forum, is hosting a reception in front of Conference Room 1 at 5 o'clock today. All delegates are invited to join and to enjoy this reception. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.